800 individuals started these tournaments just on a week ago as the Summerset National Fours. Now we're ready for the Summerset Mixed Pairs here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, and it's hot, it's real hot. The action as well is going to be hot.
Absolutely. The standard of the quarterfinals was brilliant. You know, there was games going down to the last bowl on the last end. There was an extra end where bowls were knocked into the ditch and touches all over the place. So brilliant bowls so far.
What about a couple of teams that have made it through to the semi-finals?
Well, we've got the young guns there who are the current national singles champions in Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Selena Goddard. They're spot on. You know, you've got to be rating them as a hot chance to win this.
And you yourself, Steve Beale, you've been here, done that on these very greens. What's the pressure going to be like for these teams?
Oh, for some, it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. For some, they thrive on it. So whoever handles it best will come through, I'm sure.
Well, thank you very much there, Steve Beale. We'll come back in just a moment with commentary. Well, here we are out at the Alexandra Bowling Club, and like we said, there's going to be some hot action coming up, Steve Beale. In fact, we've had some hot action with some of the earlier contests, and well, take us through what we've had so far.
Yeah, it's been some outstanding bowls. I had the privilege of watching some of them there. With the Gilshan-White game playing Thompson and Stockford, it was neck and neck all the way, and a 2 on the... we got that one there. Yep. So they were just pegged it through 7-5, 7-all, 8-all, 8-10, and it finished up as 11-10 to Gilshan and White over Thompson and Stockford.
Now 11-10 over 14 ends. That's
close.
That's a low score, but it just shows how tight it actually was.
Well, just looking at the card, Thompson and Stockford only scored 3 2s. The rest were 1s. And Lisa White and Shane Gilson, there was a 2, a 3, a 2, and the rest were all 1s. So.
Oh, wow. What about at the top of the draw? You can see there that we have, as you mentioned, the young guns as such. And by young guns, I think they're both around 27 years old. And both won their respective, well, their singles. Just on a month ago, I think it was at Brownsvale, certainly on the north shore of Auckland. We have Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley. In their 20s, what did they do in their game?
Yeah, well, they were playing Sean Scott and Deb White, and Goddard and Bagri-Howley got out to a flyer, 5 on the very first end.
Oh.
So there was 6-0 up after 2, and then it was 6-3 after 4. They were up 13, picked up a 6 on the 8th end when it was 7-9 to 9 to Scott, 7 to Bagri-Howley, then pick up a 6. That's very unusual at this level of the game, to go 13-9 up, then 15-9 up. And then Scott and White went on a run of 1-3-3, and it ended up as 17-16, but until the last bowl on the last end there, White and Scott actually held game.
And the other contests at the top half of the draw there?
Yeah, well, just it was really interesting with the Kerry Becks Sue Hodges game, playing local Pat Houlihan and Shah Beckett from Nongaraha. Pat and Shah jumped out to a 11-1 lead after 7 ends and kind of stubbed their toe, and then dropped a 4, a 2, a 3, a 4 and a 4 to lose that one 18-13.
All right, well, this particular semi-final we have coming up on camera. Who have we got there, Steve? Take us through it. Where are they from?
Well, we've got Lisa White and Dean Gilshan. Lisa plays out of Nainai in Wellington, and Dean's a Takaro man from Manawatu. And they're up against the relatively inexperienced combination from Point Chev, plus I believe they're members of other clubs as well, and Sean Goldsbury and Sky Reens. And the interesting thing about Sky is she's only a 5th-year bowler, and she's now on the big stage.
So is she a junior or just coming out of juniors?
Technically, she's still a junior, I understand. She's still in her 5th
well,
year of bowl. So.
Just on the left of the screen there, walking down, and in the, I guess we'll call it aqua green. My colour schemes aren't that great, but we're greenish against the blue and white, and the blue and white of Lisa White and Dean
and they're
Gilshan.
playing with the white disc bowls too, so
okay.
how good did we organise that?
Very well indeed. And we should, before we get underway with this particular match, the semi-final of the Summerset mixed pairs, we should go through and thank you to all of the clubs, 13 of them around the Central Otago region, plus of course all the people behind the scenes, the greenkeepers, the secretaries, the organising committees from all of those clubs as well, and of course our own crew from Bowls New Zealand and the technical crew here pressing all the right buttons all the way through. And it's been great to also speak to and commentate with a whole raft of people who have come in here on the commentary, given their expertise, given their opinions. We had Morris Symes in here yesterday, and certainly just brilliant tactician and technician of the game.
Absolutely. There's not much Morris doesn't know, and he's quite happy to share that information with you.
Just for identification purposes, let's just say we've got the black emblem there.
Yep.
The red.
The red bowls of Sean Goldsbury with the black discs, and we've got up the other end. It's Dean Gilshan with the sort of a black speckly bowl there with the white discs just wandering into the head now.
Oh, came close. Nice first up bowl. Well, both of them were pretty nice.
Handy start. It's just always there. They'll be just looking to find their line, find their weight initially, and go from there.
Well, you don't have to win it on the first stand.
No.
But as we've seen in some of those quarterfinals on the scorecards, that some teams getting a 5 earlier on or everything like that.
Absolutely.
You can hear. Who's mic'd up for us? Is that Sky Rains?
Sky's mic'd up, and so's Dean. So they're both a little bit reluctant to be mic'd up, so it'll be interesting. So, but it'll give the viewers a great insight as to what's been called, and especially when tactics or shots have been called.
So 2-4-2 for people who aren't aware of how that works in mixed pairs in this tournament. To take us through how it works, obviously 2 there for the men.
Yep.
And so you don't have to go male-female, do you?
No. Any combination can start. So whoever leads off will play 2 bowls. Right. Then they swap over, and the middle, so to speak, will play 4 bowls. And then they'll swap back again. So those that play the 2 bowls at the start will play the final 2 bowls at the next end. And then it goes in reverse the next time round.
And a little conversation there with the umpire down the other end. I think it was actually saying hello.
Okay.
More than anything else.
Yeah, well, we've been fortunate again to have our technical officials here, and umpires of Dave Burridge and Margaret Eames are there for us, and I believe Doc Mowat will be out there somewhere with doing the marking for us, so giving us an indication of who's holding shot and who's not.
So the green bowl, that goes to Sky.
That's the one.
And the left-hander there is Lisa White. She's represented New Zealand indoor and outdoor.
She has. She's a very good player, and she's plays both the codes. Mate. She's just drawn a bomb. Shot. Excellent bowl.
She's the pink and white bowl.
Stop.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Sky mic'd up. She's said that she's quite enthusiastic with the way she'll describe things as they go.
Yeah, she's certainly a character. Yeah, I believe she's got a couple of wee idiosyncrasies around good luck and that. I think our Bowls New Zealand president is one of her lucky charms. So, so it's one of the many duties Anne Wright carries out for us. Oh, look at that. Great result.
Fell the right way. Everything went the right way there.
Stay there, Bill. Play through to me, mate.
So you'll hear Dean call Lisa Lil. In this, it's just her nickname.
Okay. We won't ask why or how, but Lil it is. Lisa White, Lil. With the pink
Come on.
and white sticker. Come on, girl, he said.
Yeah, just left a wee bit in
2
the hand
feet to
there.
Jack.
Hear the advice there.
Yeah, stay here, mate. Trying to finish round. Try and beat that one.
That's Sean Goldsbury just saying, here's where it is.
Yep.
How's that going to be running?
It's somewhere thereabouts. I think it might be a bit short.
Yeah, that's in the way, well done. Push through to me, Lil. Looking for that bowl there, mate. Use the red if you have to.
Civil advice.
Yeah. So with them both being indoor bowlers, they're well versed in wicks and slides and cannons of using bowls to make different angles and the likes there. So at least kind of missed the line there completely. But
Okay, mate.
So what's the main difference between indoor and outdoor? And I know Alex Reid is listening to this. He'll come up with a reason. I'm waiting for the text.
Short mat. Basically, the indoor game is played in halls and on wooden concrete floors that are even on a mat, short mat.
Yeah, nothing to follow on ahead.
Oh, that's a nice little ricochet there. I don't know if
Right
it
through
changed
that
it.
last bowl, mate. Push right through it.
Doesn't appear to change it. We're sitting on probably one
Just
only
the
at
one
the
by the
moment.
look of it, and
I'm saying that's 1 to Sean and Sky.
one to Short and Sky. So that pig bowl looks second shot the way it's lining up, but we've been wrong on these camera angles before.
I think it's so close that you really almost have to get out the tape measure. The boys taking a quick look.
Once they have a look close, they'll know. But the way it's being played would tend to indicate.
See our umpire there in the background.
And Margaret Eames, yep, she's done a sterling job, and especially to be standing out there on that heat, Dave. You know,
It
we
is
were out there
warm
before
today.
just doing that. We soundbite we did before, and man, it's warm out there.
Probably the hottest day of the whole 8 days. Let's have a look at Sean Goldsberry. Starts quite upright, then sinks down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just looking, just getting round the back. So if the jack's going back, it's going back to them.
Go like that. Or not?
We're only one down.
Yeah.
Lisa White, very casual with, it's a one down.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you start chasing, sometimes it's just good to be one down, because if he just copped his bowl, just that white bowl, and just underneath could flick it out, the others hang around, and they're 3 down all of a sudden. So sometimes just going one down is not a bad thing.
And Steve Beale, what about the clubs for these 4 competitors?
Okay, so
Point Chev are very obvious, and they're green.
yes, Point Chev. I understand that they may also play out of Takapuna over in the North Shore, but Point Chev is their key club there.
Just got a red here, eh?
Lisa White's out of Nine Eye, and if you've been to that complex, it's outstanding. It's
That
fully
had an
enclosed.
international recently, didn't it?
Yeah, fully enclosed. Yeah, they hold the World Champion of Champions singles there. Fully enclosed artificial green and 3 outdoor greens. So it's a natural headquarters there. And Dean's from Takaro in the Manawatu. So yeah, 2 good greens there. I think it was 1 artificial, 1 natural. So it's one of the top clubs. It's always on the national stage with players coming out of there.
That still looks like 1 to the green bowl with the black sticker there. That is a Sky. That's her bowl. But it's only 1.
That's the one she sort of cut in from about 2 foot out to
Yes.
come around on sideways. But we've seen a wee bit of that over the last couple of 3 days, haven't we? Where a bowl gets clunked and from an average bowl turns into a very good bowl.
Interesting thoughts from Morris Symes yesterday about sunglasses, on or off. What he wants is consistency. You either
Yep.
have them on for the whole time,
Yep.
don't put them on and off, because after you've finished your bowl, don't put them on, because
Changes the
switching.
light
Exactly,
and depth.
changing your light.
Changing light, changing depth perception. Yeah, no, I'm right in Morris's camp on that. Me personally, I can't play in them. just cannot. But the whole depth perception, he's just going to wander past. Good effort. So it's
So we're going for
one to the Goldsbury Reens combination from Point Chev. They pick up a 1 on the first end. So
Go holding up the lollipop, as we call it.
there we go. So that was our marker Dot Mowat, whom we may have identified as Margaret Eames. So sorry, Margaret.
One person may be happy, I'm not sure.
Yes.
In the meantime, starting the second end. He's putting the jack down. Let's see whether it's deep.
Oh, no, going ditch to ditch.
Okay. In the middle there on the, what's that, the 2 metre line there?
Yep, yeah, right on the 2 metre mark. So it's
Have a look at the delivery here of Sky Rance. What do you think about that, Steve?
looks pretty good to me. It's a delivery that she can repeat time and time again. So it's all good.
Yeah, just start, Sky. Great, mate.
That is indeed quite a good delivery to start with. Just off to the start, but the depth is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, the old code for good weight means you've missed the line, but it's something to work on. So at least it looks like she's on a better line. Just
Couple of feet only, mate.
You're hearing the voice there. It is the voice of Dean Gilshan. And there's also mic'd up is Sky as well. You can see her at the mat at the moment of the Summerset mixed pairs semi-finals. Of course, the grand final coming up just a little bit later on this afternoon as well.
And just through this broadcast today, folks, we will be putting up the scorecard of the semi-final that's going on next door between Sue Hodges and Kerry Becks.
Where are
playing
they from?
Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Harley.
And those pairs, just where are they from? Hodges, I believe, is from Tauranga, your area?
Yeah, both Sue and I sort of have followed a similar path, being Exton Eden for quite some number of years and moving to Tauranga. So Sue plays her bowls out of the Tauranga Bowls Club. Kerry Becks, the very well performed Canterbury player, plays out of the Belfast Club in Christchurch. As we know, Selena, very well performed Commonwealth Games medalist, New Zealand singles champion out of the very strong Takapuna Club on the North Shore. And playing with her obviously is Sheldon Bagri-Harley, who's just the current national singles champion this year, playing out of the Gore Club.
You'll get in trouble for that.
No.
Holding that R.
I've
In the
got
meantime, Shane
got family
Goldsbury.
down there, so
Yeah,
I've
you're
been
from
away.
that region, so it's okay. Now, sparse at the moment.
plenty of room to
Great
draw a
ball,
shot.
No,
Exactly.
very lovely.
Sky's happy.
Down. Yep.
What do you think about the distance there? Distance away from the jack?
It looks,
5 o'clock, it's how far
it's-
away?
Looks like about a foot away, so sorry folks if you want metrics, you talk to the wrong man. I'm not good with that.
And only go in heights. 6 foot tall, that'll do me.
Yeah.
Steve, you played on
Another one.
these particular greens 2 years ago. Can
Yep.
you recall the final? You were in the mixed, you're in the fours final, that is.
Yeah.
What was that like 2 years ago? Was it, how was the weather then compared to, say, now?
Oh, hell, we had everything that day.
Really?
Yep. Clear blue, warm to start with, and then all of a sudden the cloud, black as the ace of spades, come over, and the raindrops felt as big as 50-cent coins. We got that for about 5 minutes, and then it cleared up again to beautiful weather. So it was a bit of a mixed day there, but it was one of those interesting ones that when you reflect on it, because it was the COVID Nationals, where we played a final where literally it was us, the umpire, out in the green. That was it.
Goodness.
Beautiful.
There was a great shot over the back of the fence there. One of the local boys pulled up his ute and put his picnic table on top of the on the back tray of the ute and a couple of armchairs and watched the game from out there because they weren't allowed in because of the social distancing requirements and the likes there.
Yep. Good miss.
Did she just say a good miss?
What's
Did
Yeah.
I mishear that?
Yeah, that's just it could have gone nasty if actually had clicked the jack there. So she's not unhappy that it missed the jack.
And there are actually a large number of people here watching today. However, if you can't see them, there's a good reason, because it is very hot. People are in the clubhouse watching outward.
Here's a good bowl. Brilliant.
And that changes things, doesn't it?
Yep.
Does it change things there?
Yeah,
Yes,
yep.
we have.
So that was Dean Gilshan's bowl there, so he's definitely holding shot there now.
Is he on one or possibly two?
The one there, the marker had the up there, that front bowl at about 11 o'clock is out of the count at the moment.
Come on in. Yes, we'll go. All the way in, buddy. Keep rolling.
Sky will move in a second. She's very animated and energetic around the green.
Well done.
Certainly is. I'm not too sure. I had that conversation with them
About
about
where to stand. That's okay.
that meter mark. So
Just holding one at the present time. That is for Goldsbury and Rains.
that's our technical team. They're doing a great job there with the getting that on the marker.
Just a few little clouds around us. We're around about 27 degrees, if not more, actually, on the greens. Is that going to change anything? No, just a little push.
Yeah, just under or just around. Good things would have happened then.
We can see now, walking back down the end, that is in the green there, Sky Rains from the Point Chev Club out of Auckland, and Lisa White from 9i from Wellington in the blue. They're just checking on the other green to our right, the other rink to our right, and the combination there of Selena Goddard, Sheldon Bagri Howley up against Sue Hodges and Kerry Becks. Sky with the delivery stays pretty balanced, kind of leans on her front leg a little.
Yeah, she'll be just trying to get down to that Dick Gilshan bowl that's sort of sitting at about 5 o'clock, so it's a wee bit under green for that at the moment, but it's going to be a handy bowl.
Only one down, mate. You make sure you arrive, mate.
A lot of mates in there.
Yep. Lisa's one of the live wires and bowls and that, and when the Foxton and Beach Bowls Club burnt down, she's one of the main drivers and a major fundraiser for that club, so not only does she play well, she also contributes to the game big time. So we'll see if Sky can make that minor adjustment. Her speed was absolutely spot on to play the shot, just trying to get that bowl, the white disc you can just see at 5 o'clock, and she might just... Fair effort. Fair effort.
Right, good, Lou. Me down or just under?
Okay, we just, Alex Reid has just sent us, he thinks Sean is only a second-year bowler. So in terms of experience, just missed. There's only 7 years experience between them. Yeah. So to get to the semi-finals and possibly final, what an effort. So it just shows you it's not about how long you play the game, it's how well you play it.
Yeah, 7 years for Shane Goldsbury and about 5 there, we believe, for Sky. So combining to make it to the semi-finals of this, the Summerset Mixed Pairs, is extremely, well, we wouldn't say it's unheard of at all, but it's certainly very good for this pair, how they've come through, how some of the other more experienced and I guess bigger names have dropped out or been knocked out along the way.
Yep.
In fact, who did they beat in the semi-finals there?
They got over Serena Matthews and Calvin Scott. And
That's
it was at an extra end. We watched that, and it's.
And we saw Sky really celebrate. She was
what?
jumping high on that one. She could be a basketballer with her leap that she had there.
She was more than happy there, and it was an extra end actually, wasn't it? Because they had a kill on the extra end, and on the replay, Calvin Scott had a toucher in the ditch, and
It was a good first bowl as well. It was hard to beat.
Yeah, and it changed right round, and in the end, with Calvin pushing the jack, getting the jack into the ditch with a non-toucher, playing a bowl onto it, he's about a foot away, and what was it? Sean played a bomb with his bowl to punch their toucher into the ditch and lay literally half an inch closer than Scotty's bowl. So,
well, for a second we had Sky jumping in the air, and instead Calvin was just sort of looking. And it was, you almost weren't too sure if it was correct that she was jumping in the air, because Calvin was just staring at it, contemplating.
Yes.
I'm not sure what he said, but he was just staring at it and thinking, well...
I'd be thinking he'd be thinking, oh heck, we've just lost this.
How did we lose that?
Yes. Yeah, you'd have backed yourself to be a foot from the jack in the ditch and to win it. But especially with that bowl had to come in from about 6 feet out. So
you almost have to shrug your shoulders and go, well, that's it.
Well, you got to shrug your shoulders and go, what a shot. What a shot.
And the low high five. Well, actually, the low five, that is, a low high five. Just the hand slap there for the point shove combination. This is Sky Rains just taking a step away from the mat. And now ready for this, her first bowl of, well, the third end. Of course, 14 ends in pairs.
And just a reminder to folks with this, it's 14 ends, no time limit. The qualifying and post-section required us to have that. It's another shot.
Well, you can see almost a triangle there of 3 particular bowls, and they're all good set-up bowls so far for first of this end.
Yep. And that looks like Colin. Just reminding Sky, maybe you don't need to stand in front of the camera, please.
And people taking shelter inside the club rooms.
Lisa's just left a bit in her hand there.
Big yard, Lou.
So Sky's got quite a deliberate pre-shot routine. It's on the mat.
You saw a foot go out the back and come up to the top.
So it's a classically coached routine that's that she's got.
The Point Shove Bowling Club. It's got, I think, a couple greens.
They had 2. We did the greens evaluation pre-nationals for and their greens then, just before Christmas, were magnificent. And then apparently over Christmas, something mechanical went wrong, and the sprinklers didn't work, and they lost both greens.
Oh,
so
I thought you might have been saying the flooding, although
no,
their club and the club rooms is probably in quite a good position, not necessarily up high, but it's Point Shove, that area of Point Shove probably wouldn't have been hit quite as hard as a lot of other places.
They would have got a lot of rain on it, but there was no natural sort of ponding area for that. I think they would have been fine there.
So hopefully their greens are back in action as such.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure just to the extent whether it's wait till the seed becomes available to resow. But they've got a very, very good greenkeeper up there, so I'm sure he will get it.
Hit the jack.
She's not going to want to do that.
Yeah, right, mate. It's all us back here. There you go, mate. You go back to your hand.
Oh, you heard the instructions there from Dean Gilshan to Lisa White, the left-hander. Going to have to come around quite a long way now.
Yeah, right, and yeah, like the first two bowls were not as good as she would want. She looks like she's on a reasonable line to the jack.
Great shot, mate. Yep, brilliant.
So, shot to Lisa.
The little movement of the toes there. She
Yeah.
puts both feet together, and
then
both
just
toes just lift off the ground slightly.
Yep.
Front of the foot.
A lot of bowlers have their own little idiosyncrasies as part of their pre-shot routine. Yeah, for me it's play with my cap.
And we have a Sky just coming down the green, taking a little look. Oh,
Lisa's just a bit heavy with that one. She stays alive, it won't be all bad.
She came down to switch. She took a good hard look.
Just the one shot to the Gilshan White combination at the moment.
And both the men there looking relatively calm. Well, certainly outwardly, not sure about inward. It's early stages here. The third end of 14 of this semi-final of the Summerset mixed pairs. The grand final coming up later on this afternoon. And we have only actually had one official mixed pairs in the past.
That's right, Laurie Guy.
And that was a couple of years ago. There have been, what is it, centre mixed pairs
there used
tournaments.
to be a sort of like a champion and champion mixed pairs event held, but it wasn't recognised as a national championship. So we had Laurie Guy and Sarah Takamo from the Victoria Club, victorious on that occasion with Laurie and they got knocked out I think in the last 16, so they had another good run and had a crack at it, so well done them.
And that was on these very greens, was it?
I think they post section they were on another green, but here's a great bowl.
Did it touch?
No, but
It was
he
tight.
didn't really want it to touch, so laying 2 at the moment.
I was almost expecting to see Mike Galloway with the food in the background. He's been loving it. It's not the national coach. Thought it was for a moment. Competed. He's been watching.
Back through good, Johnny.
Even had him on the microphone for a while.
What's this
All
going
the way,
to do?
bud.
Ugh.
Great effort.
You can just see the jack. It's almost part of the bowl there,
Yeah,
the weight.
the disc sort of looks like it, doesn't it? So that's just tightened it up a bit, what Dean's got to do. So he's just looked to just basically play the same bowl. I'm not sure. It's hard to sort of pick the speed there. Looks like it's just out. So they're on the board. Dean Gilshan, Lisa White. Pick up a 1.
See the card?
Well, so far it's been ones and ones, 2 ones, and then 1 1. And we will give you score updates from the second rink, the other rink in just a short time. In the meantime, it is the jack delivered by Lisa White.
Stop, mate.
Just
Okay,
very
there's a
simple.
change of tactic here. They went ditch to ditch first time they
Yeah.
had it, and now they've gone short.
Good tactic. Is it because you think it's because they feel a little bit insecure with where they were, or they're just going to change it up at these early stages? Just test it.
Just test it. Just have a look. see who adjusts best. Given that Dean and Lisa have been around a bit longer, you know, potentially they may adapt quicker to significant changes, but it's all on the day.
And if you do have Steve Bell's number, feel free to text him through. He loves it.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Karen Smith. Can't be watching.
That is not a bad second. Oh, they're just coming in quite tight.
Oh, I've just opened up the phone and I didn't quite put it together, but
Second year player.
Sean Goldsbury is the son of Steve Goldsbury, a local legend from the Gisborne East Coast Centre.
Oh, great.
So yes, Sean is a second year player, and they both play at Takapuna and Point Chev. We got that. They wore the Point Chev shirts first day and intended changing to the Takapuna shorts and didn't want anything to change. So superstition is alive and well. What is it? Everything going so well. They haven't lost a game yet. So that's 6 games qualifying.
A great run.
And all that. So thanks, Stevie. I'm sure you're a proud dad there sitting in Gizzy, just watching this. So well done, mate. Thanks for the update. And another from Trevor Mills from the Gisborne East Coast, and Trevor's always keen to update me if I'm getting things wrong. So to say that Sean will be playing in the Gisborne East Coast National Inter-Centre Finals. So
hopefully you as the facilities manager with Bowls New Zealand, hopefully some of those clubs, particularly around the East Coast and in Hawke's Bay as well, have managed to come through. I'm certainly aware that some of it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
Gisborne, well, hopefully they manage to come through and things get better for the region. Certainly our thoughts go out to everybody there, all the sports clubs, but also all the public as well. And this is a very, very good bowl coming in there from Sean Goldsbury as we speak.
Absolutely. And speaking of the East Coast and that, the Bowls New Zealand have reached out and offered assistance, but we've just said, hey, get your life together, make sure your family and get all that right, and then we'll come in and assist where we can.
And that one just dropping down the other way.
Looks like Sean and Sky are holding a couple. So Dean's a couple down and was looking to get something a bit closer. Lisa's got the arm out, so she's thinking it's a bit tight. Yep, just more short of line, I think, than weight. Probably with a good line, that might have got there.
It's all right. It's over the head.
Yes.
Look at that bunch.
Yes, a bit short.
Wow. Come on, Steve, tell me you'd just like to put a drive there and just see what happens. Not in the semi-finals, I'm sure, but...
Oh, mate, if we had that with playing with Morris Symes, we'd be getting the double teapot big time.
You would be.
He'd be yelling at us. So it's not ideal where you've got the Great Wall of China.
It's like breaking
in
in snooker, isn't it? You sometimes you just go smash.
Yeah, well, just depends on the angles. That is a... Oh, look at that. Thank you.
Wow.
It just makes that harder to get at now, too, with that Great Wall.
That's Dean Gilshan there. Beautiful bowl. Coming around the outside or around the back.
Aye. Play straight out and hit the bowl.
There we go.
Yeah. Whack it.
Faster than a speeding bullet there,
There
Sean.
we go,
That's
folks.
what Sky wants.
Watch out for this. Take us through it.
He's could get lucky. Kicked and followed through. I see one white bowl, disc bowl. So after all that, Dean Gilshan's bowl at sort of 9 o'clock still standing.
Still stays.
They've got the next two, so with Sean and Sky, so they're still in no worse position.
And it's a real thunderbolt here, coming just about straight all the way through. Bang!
Yeah.
And it just doesn't change anything.
No, just the bowls concertinaed all around. Probably if it was bowls with wider there, it would have punched the bowl onto the shot bowl.
Interesting that a breeze has just sprung up in these last 5-10 minutes. There you go, you can see it. Wow. Come from nowhere. It was
Absolutely.
dead calm this morning.
Even the scoreboard's getting around all around.
Oh, the trees, and you can see it in the uniforms of the players, the roses, well, they're gone. So it's just waiting a little bit. That really came from nowhere. Just, oh, come on.
Well, Lisa will be used to playing in the wind, coming from Wellington. And to be fair, the Takaro Dean will be used to it as well.
Exactly.
It's, they don't have those big windmills on the hills if it doesn't blow a bit.
Come on. Come on. Well played, mate.
Right bowl, yeah.
That's going to give them 2.
Yeah. By the look of it. Well, it gives them a third at worst anyway, so it just means they're not going to drop a number.
She's not happy with that. And
she sort of fell off that one.
Do you want another, mate? You're only there.
do you want another one, mate?
So one thing with Lisa and Dean, you know, he's saying, you know, just give us another foot, and Lisa's good enough to put another foot on. So that's where a lot of the players like an accurate call.
Hello. Get up here. Hang around. William.
And that
3
really
shots.
should get them 3. That's beautiful.
Yep.
The last 2 bowls. The last couple there coming in very nicely, adding a couple more shots for the combination of Shane Goldsberry and Sky Rands.
Sky looks like
For Lisa White and Dean Gilson, sorry.
Sky looked like, yes, she's lining up for a drive.
Stays
She's
low.
not a million miles away.
Oh, gee. That was close.
How do you go through that hole playing with that weight? Unbelievable. So that's 3 shots. So that's 4 to the Gilshan White combination and 2 to the Goldsberry Reens combination.
And nice little jump ahead. We're going to check out a few other scores coming in. Well, the other scores coming in just a moment. As we have the team of Goldsberry and Rains from Point Chev up against Lisa White and Dean Gilshan. White from Nainai and Gilshan from Otago. Get ready now, starting the 5th end. Jack about to be placed.
We just saw off to the right there. Oh, here we go. Here's the score update. All the 7s. Goodness. So, first end, that would be Hodges and Beck started off well, 3 singles. Then a 4. Oh, it must have picked up a 3 to go to 4. Then dropped a 3 straight away to go. That's 4. So we just we can see it at the 6th end. It's 4 all. Or are they 4 or 5? I'm not sure how this card's working.
You've got a 3.
3 and a 4 is 7.
It's a 7, and this is for
7,
the
5.
combination of Bagri, Howley, and Goddard on the red there. On the left-hand side, we've got a 1, a 4,
Very good.
and we're looking at, that makes it 5.
So on the 7th end,
Yeah.
it looks like it was
2.
a 2 to Bagri Howley Did I see a double A in that surname?
Sorry, Lou.
But in the meantime, back on the main rink at the moment. It is the rink number 2 on the green. It's the point shove combination against, well, I guess we can call them the composite team. Nine Iron Takaro, Lisa White and Dean Gilshan. And it's Gilshan and White who have moved up into the lead after that 3 on what was the 4th end.
Yeah, great ball, Shawnee.
So that's a good start.
Very good.
The interesting thing with the beauty of the mixed pairs after the national fours is that it's interesting who's pairing up with who. You know, there's been some, like with Morris's side, virtually his team, apart from himself, matched up with his wife's team, and they all paired off there, and so it's been great. It's just a natural follow-on from the fours.
And also we've had the combinations in this mixed pairs that sometimes you would have the male and the female. Certain combinations it doesn't really seem to matter, and I mean it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter, should it?
No, it doesn't matter. As someone suggested, it was the divorce pairs for the husband and wife combinations, but
Down a little bit, mate.
it's just everyone seems to have enjoyed it. It's been outstanding, and to enjoy Central Otago.
Yeah. Well, as we said, there's 800 individuals started, or if you combine the 2 tournaments from the Summerset fours now to the Summerset mixed pairs over the 8 days of competition. This is the 8th day of competition. You've got Bowls New Zealand coverage here on Sky and also on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel.
So
Had 13 different clubs. How's this one going?
It's got all the running. It's a handy bowl. It's got to be beaten yet.
Good, mate.
They're holding 3. They would like something a bit tighter, but so you see people in the doorway there getting out of the sun.
Yeah, it's
So-
it's certainly very warm.
This is going to perhaps change
Great
things.
job.
Just a little nudge, but I think
job.
it nudges it the
Great
wrong
shot.
way.
No, she
oh.
didn't quite take it back to Sean Goldsberry's bowl, so it's 1 shot. It's a big adjustment there from Lisa, because considering she threw her first one in the ditch. So
Wait for the toes. Not too much this time.
we've got Sky there. Looks like she's hunting for the bowl or the jack.
Didn't really get the turn that we're expecting, or that
Well,
she was
she-
expecting.
Probably, well, she's looking to play
Draw again.
certainly right up to it, because he had a lot of options. He got bowls in behind, grab the jack, put it in the ditch. Happy days. Lisa will be just looking to get another one handy, because if her bowl goes out, they're a hatful down. She's on a decent line again.
The ball. Well played.
That's excellent. First and third, happy with that.
Steve Bell, we've had 13 different clubs around the region involved in this competition, and all the clubs around the country. What is the biggest club, do you believe, in sheer size of greens and maybe club members, do you think? I mean, I know Howick is a very big club.
Howick's very big. Takapuna, huge membership.
It's only got 1 green.
Oh no, sorry, not Takapuna, Orewa.
Orewa, sorry. Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, a little bit
Orewa.
further up the coast there.
Yes, they've got a covered artificial green. I know their membership is huge as well.
Other parts of the country where they've got good, solid membership, or many greens as well?
Well, believe it or not, I think the average club size in New Zealand is about 50.
Okay.
So she wants to get around that. Not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah. It's about a minute
So
and you'll have
yeah, it varies, and then you get the other extreme. Patio rower,
Yeah.
dozen members perhaps.
The Roxburgh, which you've enjoyed being for other reasons. I think it's mainly the food.
Yes, they turned it on down there, and the food and hospitality was superb, as was Omakau that I played at, and it's not to say that the other clubs didn't turn it on either. It was just that those are the ones I played at.
Oh, very crunched up, bringing the shoulders up. It's almost like a
Yeah.
tightness there.
Yeah, she's riding this one in.
She is.
If she gets a slide here, you could hear Dean there going, "Don't get lucky, don't get lucky," and she did. She got the edge of that red bowl and has sat level back a fraction. So
Just a couple of conversations between the opponents there. At the present time, on that angle, are we suggesting the bowl at 6 p.m. or the bowl at perhaps 1 or 2?
the white disc bowl of Lisa White's will be shot.
But only going to have one.
They only got one, but she did have first and third, so just a wee bit vulnerable. So Dean will be just looking to get something else handy again. Just down to his running now.
Well, it doesn't really change anything at the present time.
It just makes it harder to get access to Lisa's bowl on that particular hand. So they're obviously now having a look at the backhand, see whether they can get to Lisa's bowl. So on the forehand.
So the forehand on this angle is to the right
Yeah.
for most right-handers.
Yes. Yeah, just stops them getting a clean access to Lisa's bowl. So I'd be interested whether they're having that discussion around whether they're going to try the other hand.
And for those unfamiliar, it's the finger measurement there. It's two hands together. You
Get your fingernails to the edge of the bowl and the jack,
and some people swear by it as being accurate.
absolutely.
That's,
You're
you're one of those people, aren't you?
I'm used to be, but I'm blind now, so it doesn't help. But some people are very accurate. Is she going to get this fair?
Yeah, great effort.
Good effort.
Perfect
That's
weight.
nice. Very nice bowl there.
It's making
Sure,
it
goes
hard
great.
for Dean to add another. Won't be wanting to rush through the head. So he's out in a higher line than he was last time. Yep. It's actually not a bad bowl. It's just makes the access to the head that much harder for Sean.
Analysing it here from every angle. As Sky looks around again and again.
Too much, yeah. You'd be better to play fast. Hit
You
that
can hear Sky's
Dean.
advice.
You hit that hard. Hurts the kitty.
Sean Goldsberry taking another look himself.
Yeah. You hit that doesn't matter, but play up at it. You come through that crack. Play through that crack.
Going through the gap. On the right, if you hit one of their bowls, it doesn't matter.
Give yourself a chance.
Give yourself a chance. There you go.
Early
Yep.
in the game.
So he's almost a wee rattle around dip into the lucky bag. Good things can happen once the bowls start moving around. And there's not much danger of, they're already one down, so they can't go any worse off potentially. So it's a risk and reward sort of effort here.
Stays down very low, gradually comes back upright.
He looks a wee bit high for the shot that he's looking for. So that is a 1 to Gilshan and White. Moving the scores on to 5-2.
Have they won the last 3 ends by the looks of it? They won
Yep. 1 and 3 are won.
Okay. Would you say they're on a roll as such? Or is it not quite got that momentum just yet?
No, it's just still feeling things out. So it'll be interesting if Lil goes short here again. Yep. So they're favouring the shorter ends.
We can't quite see the chalk marks from there because the sun's so bright.
Yeah.
However, there you go.
Well, we give Alex a job or something to go out, Colin at least, to redo the finals rink.
Yeah.
We see Sue Hodges off to the left there.
It comes quite a way through with her follow through.
Yeah.
And that, she's already released the bowl, but for her it's probably just taking it through.
Well, it's about straight lines, you know, to get it down the line. Because if you start playing inside out, you know, you're going to pull your green. So that's a handy start. Oh, we're not going to quite get a shot of it. It would be interesting to watch Sue Hodges and Selena Goddard walking up the green. Certainly the long and the short of it. Sue's rather a tall lady, whereas Selena's on the shorter side.
Yeah, Selena Goddard tends to jog down the green or just about bounce down the green, full of energy.
Yeah.
How's your speed, Lou? Hey?
No good. She knew. Good players know out of their hand, roughly. They go, nah.
Well, that's one thing we should explain. Morris Symes yesterday was saying that some people with big mitts, as he called it,
Yeah.
use bowls that are too small, which means it comes out of the back of the hand, out of the palm. So when really you should be releasing it from the fingers. You agree with that?
Different strokes for different folks, in the sense. I'm a fingertip bowler, so you know, the bowl's out in the fingertip, and yet there are some people that have it cupped back into their hand. You know, personally, I feel that's where the touch is in the fingertips. So I agree with Morris on that. But for some, you know, and the beauty of our sport is, you know, for some people they've got to hold it that way just to be able to hold the bowl. And so it's about finding what works for you and finding out where you get your touch from.
Well, interestingly, last night leaving the club, there was a few local club members who were just catching up and having a great chat about things of the day and maybe their own experiences competing for the Summerset mixed pairs. And Mike Kernahan was there, and one of the ladies there was asking about how to actually hold the bowl and what was best for her.
Yeah.
She was, I think, quite enjoying getting a little bit of coaching. What he was emphasising was keep the bowl straight up in your hand, not on the angle.
Yeah.
Which is one particular thing that Morris saw yesterday from one player, I think out of Wellington, out of Johnsonville, one of the players competing yesterday. He said she's got it on such an angle. It's quite unusual. He said generally you'd want to have the bowl pretty much straight up in your palm.
Yeah, so it's about getting it off probably the your third finger, being the last point of contact, and having the bowl essentially straight up and down. Because with these modern bowls, believe it or not, if you put the bowl on a 5-degree tilt, it can make a difference of a yard pull at the other end. And then you get some bowlers that wobble them.
I've seen a couple of those in the fours.
Yeah, Craig McDonnell, our lead in the fours, is very adept at wobbling. That does Morris's head in a wee bit.
I could imagine.
But he does it. So, you know, if you send it up with 57 wobbles or something with your first bowl, how are you going to get 57 for the next to get the perfect
So it's
bowl?
going to be consistent again. That whole
again, it just
theme,
takes,
that theme in bowls is consistency.
Yeah. It's a very mechanical sport, you know, your delivery, just getting it down, and then it's a game of adjustments.
Right. Yeah,
Again, look at all these short bowls.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So I'm just wondering if the green's sweating up a bit here. As the temperature's coming there, it's drawing all that moisture.
Simple, mate. Back to basics. Over the head.
Would you, if you were one of the next bowls, try and push something a little bit long? Either set it up first and then push something a bit long?
You just want something over the top. So,
Yeah,
in this 2-4-2, it's worth wasting a bowl just to
nice.
get deep. Because of,
Hard to do, though, because you've got it in that mind that I'm not really near the jack. I'm putting it behind and nothing happened.
yeah,
But it's safety.
it's about safety. It's, again, playing the percentages. Really the jack goes up the green. We have all seen it if you play long enough, but it's going back. But Lil's trying to ride this one in.
Hand again, Shawnee. Same one, bud.
So Goldsby drew the shot. Another one to come.
Yeah, track again, bud.
Looks
Under
like
it. Yeah, on your own. Yep, that works too.
There we go. We have two of the red and black. Very close. That's two at least at the present time for Shane Goldsberry and Sky Rains.
Lisa's going to have to get another one in there fairly quickly because they're holding third shot, but the next two I can see are against it. So if that ball goes out,
And the breeze now steady.
Just inside me, mate.
it was just a wee hurricane came through, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really came out of nowhere. Still very warm on the greens, or around the greens as well, actually.
Free run, you're close. Shot.
Very good bowl there.
And that's a good bowl because it is just a bit behind, just in
a bit
case the jack
behind, and
gets
if,
knocked.
slightly tight, grab the jack, going back to them. It just gives them that opportunity to try and play that shot themselves. What's happening here?
It's up to you, Lil. You either chase right down there for the jack or you draw it. Up to you. You pick your shot.
So by Lil putting that one at the back there, it's created a number of different options to it. Beforehand, it was just a straight draw with that bowl there. It's and it looks like she's gone for the draw option.
It'll come into vision in just a second. Here it comes.
Just clunk that wide bowl.
Yes, a good solid clunk. Are we looking at two still?
Still got two on pricking.
Just we've got a pink bowl at the back.
Yeah, I think it just wanted like a foot past. With these camera angles, folks, it's a bit deceptive. She doesn't want to get onto the jack.
Oh, she's pushed it just a little closer. It is to Shane Goldsberry and Sky.
She back kicked it. She would have went down there. So
Be
it's a
two.
2, and they'll take that. So it's 5-4 after 6.
There's the lollipop coming up. And we're keeping it tight. And Dot Moet there with the lollipop. Holding up, as we call the lollipop, I guess the plastic.
Yeah, indicators of who's got it, who's not. It just helps the spectators as well.
Yeah.
To see who's
And
doing
of course the players, because sometimes they're calling out, what have we got?
Yeah, well, sometimes you don't want the opposition to know who's holding shots. So if you think you've got it, with the fingers or with whatever, that must have been hanging on by its toenails to stay on the ditch, stay on the green at least.
The point shift combination of Shane Goldsberry, you can see Goldsberry there, and Sky Rains They're up against the combination featuring the 9-eye bowler Lisa White and the Takaro bowler of Dean Gilshan.
Yeah, good starter, bud.
A relatively new pair in every sense of the word when it comes to the point share combination against the much more experienced Lisa White and Gilshan. So White representing New Zealand indoor and outdoor, and Gilshan is
An indoor rep, yep. Lisa's a bit interested in this one. Just riding it.
pull it in.
Can mat there, mate.
It's amazing once you bowl the bowl, it doesn't matter what you say to it, wave at it, call to it. It doesn't help.
Just instinct, I think.
Okay. So obviously the Goldsby Reens combination, their pre-game plan looks like it's play them ditch to ditch, whereas when we see that White and Gilshan get the jack, they're playing that more medium to short length end. So handy start from Dean Gilshan on this occasion.
I just see the two black bowls with the white sticker, the closest. In fact, where are the other ones gone?
One's in the shadow and one's resting on the bank at the moment from Sean.
In theory, we're at the halfway stage, or coming up here, the halfway stage. This is where the more experienced pair perhaps should come through a little bit more, shouldn't they?
Yeah, on paper that you would think so, but this is where it, generally the players play, just put a little more thought into each shot, because you're now counting down to the number of ends, because it's about protecting a lead or limiting the damage. So Sky will be just looking to get something handy to work with.
Yeah, that's good, mate. Either way, Lou.
Here is, in fact, Lisa White, the left-handed. Does quite a big backswing and then finishes with her swing bowling up quite a way up in the air.
Yep. She does the same thing each time, so it's a well-coached delivery.
It's quite effective on this occasion.
Good effort.
Possibly she's got the head there.
A couple of feet short, but it's yet to be beaten. We're actually not seeing too many bowls come down this side coming this way, so
Give me one out here, Lou.
it's sort of in the draw there for Lisa.
With her wind-up, it's almost as if she's going to go on a drive, like she's trying to get the momentum for that drive. A couple of half swings.
It's just a rhythm thing, just to make sure the arm's free. You are playing it straight and going down the line that you're looking to put it down. It's interesting there, like she had good weight with her first. On the other hand, and missed there. It was interesting talking to Kelvin Scott yesterday. Remember we had that big swing hand because the wind was blowing? He was saying, but bizarrely, because the bowl had so much extra distance to travel, it was actually 2 yards quicker than the tight hand where the distance was so much less. And he's going, you know that. Trying to tell your brain that's should be happening. It was a different sort of ball game.
Work on your bowl. Yep.
And Lisa White stepping up to the mat.
Okay, so she's just looking to arrive and
Drop. Drop. Now one. Great try, mate. Yeah. Just one
probably
touch.
could have done with another yard of weight.
Drawing through here. Any touch on yours was good.
There you go. Any touch on yours is good.
What is my one, Shauno? Sorry?
So
The
that's
wing
the
one,
shot,
okay.
this is you.
Yeah.
You're just drawing, same as last.
So looking into that sun sort of thing there and into the shadows, it's easy to lose sight of where your bowl is and whose bowl's who, especially with the darker colours. It's probably in the shadows her bowl and Dean's bowl would look fairly similar.
Yeah, beautiful weight, Sky. It's another second, mate. Well done.
There you go.
All right,
The
fingers.
confidence.
Okay, so it
on
just
your
shows
two,
you how
mate.
short those other ones are. The pink bowls of Lisa White's there, they're a bit further out than it looks.
Drop, Lisa.
Comes down with it.
Yep.
She's got
Drop,
the
Lisa.
very distinctive
Drop.
This is
pink
gonna be good.
bowl.
Get it up there twice. Once, twice.
And
Drop,
she's just
Yep.
egging it on. Go on. Get there.
Just give it the shunt. So, by the way, Dean got a bit excited there. It looks like they're holding a couple. And the lollipops are up for
There
us.
you go. You got it right there.
So thanks, Dot. That's Dot Mowat doing a sterling job in the heat of Central Otago.
In the meantime, Shane Goldsberry goes down the other end. He's got the two bowls here, halfway through, looking to finish off the seventh in good fashion.
Nice to take bowls out.
He has the
Looks
orangey
like
red.
Sky's getting Sean to be up and at him and through the head, just to try and reduce the count. We'll see what he plays.
Oh, wait, mate.
It looks like that's the quick stance. Yep.
Here we go. On the drive, it's going to knock one, knock
Oh, yes, Shawnee.
two.
Oof. Well, did he still maintain second shot, I think. He got a
Who's
bit
that bowl
lucky.
in front, mate? Who's that bowl there?
That one?
Yeah.
You?
Yep. We got 1-8.
And there you go, as you heard. Got one, Dean Gilshan.
Yeah, Lisa's just having a good look.
You?
So Sean Goldsberry sort of hitting that short bowl and punching it through the head. Certainly took one out because they were lying two, Lisa White and Dean Gilshan.
You can hear how the wind is picked up. You can see
So
it
it's
at
just
times
looking-
as well. And the trees, the rose bushes behind the players at one end in particular.
Okay, Dean would want that one back, I think.
Yeah, draw in here, Sean. Beat me, you got shot.
So we're down 1.
Yeah.
That we're down one.
You can play the same if you want. Come through, kid. You haven't got the back bowl, but you'll go with it. Or if you hit here,
I'll draw.
And,
Well,
Got
this
it,
guy's
Sean.
given Sean plenty of options.
Narrow.
give it a little. It's because the wind's coming across.
Lots of information.
yeah, that's a lot of information. And a very efficient swing.
So it's just down to his speed, and it looks like it's not quite there. A lot of the bowls have been short coming down that side.
They have. So coming up now with, is it the last? Oh, there you go. There's the flag showing the wind.
So Lisa's giving Dean an option to try and hit Sean Goldsberry's bowl out
On the tight end.
and
Come down.
bring another 3 shots into play. So he's just looking at the percentage, whether it's a backhand, drive, forehand or a runner. With that wind blowing, the last thing he wants to do is take his own out, but it looks fairly well protected.
It's not quite as bad as the other day, or yesterday I think it was, that the wind really got up.
Yeah,
However, it has emerged.
that's right. So picking it probably looks like a forehand shot to me, but with weight, because the bowl's going away from his bowl. Looks like he's on the forehand. He's got half it right. Is he going to hold?
Just the 1 in the end.
The 1 there to Gilshan White, who now leads 6 points to 4 after 7 ends.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Thank you very much there to Summerset for the Summerset National Mixed Pairs. We had the Summerset National Fours before as well. It's been a great 8 days of competition around the Central Otago region. 13 clubs involved, 800 individuals as well. And gee, I think Steve Beale, you've been involved in some of those tight matches around the centres as well, around some of the clubs. And it continues here in the semi-finals of the mixed pairs.
Yes, it's just with that wind coming up a bit, and with this heat, it looks like the green's sweating up a bit. So the heads have just got that wee bit looser, and it's just about the change in the green, and it's about picking it. But the wind, we had a wee gust there before, for a few minutes that required the players to sort of stop and really have a think. So,
Good, mate.
handy start. Sean's interested in this one. Just
Probably should have taken a bit more weight on that one, do you reckon?
having the post-mortem of Dean's last shot there with Lisa. I must admit I thought he might have been a bit more aggressive myself, but you've got to just park that.
I think sometimes they just like to prove us wrong. I'm sure they're hearing us, telling us no. Even Morris Symes was proved wrong once yesterday.
No.
Have you ever seen an 8 in mixed pairs that you can recall?
No, I haven't.
And so really in singles or fours, can you recall an 8? I think we had a 6 somewhere earlier on today, perhaps.
Yeah, but there was a 6 in the Baggery-Harley game against Sean Scott and Deb White. I don't think there was any other
Perhaps Steve explain for those viewers who aren't totally familiar with what we're talking about here in 8. I mean, we've seen a 2 and I think we've had a 3 so far in the scoring here in this particular contest, but what does an 8 mean?
8 means either you've changed the head around, but essentially that's 8 of your bowls are closer than their 8, and it's unlikely and unusual, but as Morris touched on yesterday, I've actually witnessed it through Bay of Plenty men's intercentre side. Picked up an 8. John Gray moved the jack a foot and brought all the other shots in. And then the very next end, he was playing Sanji Prasad from the Blendon Club, and Sanji had a drive, and all but one of his bowls went out of the head. So left him vulnerable. John played his bowl and sat that out, and Sanji just played a horrible bowl with his last. he had a heck of a lot of room, and 2 8s in a row.
It's phenomenal stuff.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect to see it. So the maximums.
No, the maximums. And I believe back in the day, you used to get an 8 badge. If you'd picked one up, it was
like
like 180.
Yeah, or a hole in one in golf.
Yeah, it was.
Here we go. Let's see what's happening on the other green, on the other rink.
So it's Bagri Howley Goddard combination out to a 12-8 lead. So when they're picking up some numbers there by the look of it, a 3, a 4, a 3 and a 2.
That's some good numbers.
They're getting numbers, whereas as we can see on the Bex Hodges side, apart from that 4 on the 5th end, they're all been kept to singles.
Yeah, so nice little
so
comeback
after 10 ends, so it's 4 behind with 4 to play. Sue and Kerry aren't out of it, but they will need to get on a run there, looking to target to win probably at least 3 of those 4 ends.
Meanwhile, on this particular rink, we're looking at, it's pretty open.
It looks, yep, it's the black bowl of
Another one, bud.
Sean Goldsbury holding shot.
So that's the red and
The red one,
black. Yeah.
that's resting up against Den Gilshan's black bowl. So Sean will be just looking to repeat the dose.
And
I'm sure his dad's sitting there and
watching.
because of the East Coast there and going, that's my boy.
Good stuff. That's what we like. We did mention about Craig Merrily yesterday when you were speaking to him getting a 7 and having the option with his bowl of getting the 8, and it didn't quite work out.
No, he was trying to cover and just sent it a touch long and into the ditch, so they weren't a chance for it. But there's usually a penalty associated if you miss on that, and it's generally the ridicule of your teammates.
They won that particular contest.
Oh well, you don't get to forget about it for some time.
I don't think he actually minded in the end, because they did win that match.
Yeah.
And he did talk about it on microphone when he was mic'd up for the rest of the match as well.
That's right. It's sort of up there with Morris Symes, taking the wrong bowls to the first day of the Summerset mixed pairs.
And that whoever did use them in the end won.
Yes.
And asked to use them again.
Yes. And Morris just puts it down to the fact that he trained those bowls, as he would.
That's a lovely story.
Yeah.
Morris Symes, one of the greats of New Zealand bowls.
Still plays a mean bowl for a man into his 70s.
That far away, you can draw that.
Very good. Bowl there from Sky Reens. Holding 2.
It seems in this particular semi-final, just no one's quite getting away from each other. Albeit that there's 2 in there, whereas in the other one, as we mentioned, that
out to a 4-shot leads.
Selena Goddard
4 to go.
Sheldon Bagri Howley.
They'll still be trying to win the ends, but just limit the damage opportunities and just make sure there's no pockets around that create an opportunity for either Sue or Kerry to get the jack into.
God, don't move the kitty though.
She's talking to it.
Don't move the
Oh,
kitty.
no.
Oh, that was close. It listened.
Oh,
So that's 2 shots. So all square.
There goes the lollipop. 2, and we're up to 6 apiece. And this the coming up to the 9th end of 14, of course. It's the second semi-final. The other one probably going to finish just a little bit ahead. Gilshan and White up against Goldsbury and Rains. 6 apiece. No particular side really taking it by the scruff of the neck and owning it just yet.
No one's really dominating at all. You know, they're all chipping in every now and again, but you can't say that one player's sort of really nailing it consistently.
Just a few little clouds up in the sky, cumulonimbus, I believe it was. Very little though.
That's very technical.
The mat.
The things you remember from times you don't need to.
Fair enough.
I have to say that on the first couple of days I was absolutely thrilled to see just a very, very light dusting of snow on some of the hills in the background.
Yeah.
It was a thrill for me, coming from someone who lived in just about every hot environment you could pick. Although lived in Los Angeles, you know, had to realise that there was hills and mountains in the background, you just couldn't see them.
Oh, smog.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yikes.
First time I went there years ago as a kid, it was amazing seeing snow there. From now on, never seen it again.
Okay. So you've travelled extensively around the world. Your favourite city?
Most of the time it's been for work, although I have to say I really did love being in Croatia. It's where half of my family, I guess, came from, bloodlines, and loved it. Just great, cool, crazy people. The temperature was 29 degrees every single day.
Right.
The water was fantastic. They love socialising. I think I really enjoyed being in Split and then down to Dubrovnik and then the islands on Var and Brač and things like that. Possibly couldn't live there, I don't know, but certainly visiting those small towns, and I think you really love it because you become part of the town if you live that way where you do what the locals do.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, it's also even coming around New Zealand. And you hear in Central Otago, for a lot of the people, particularly from the bigger cities, from Auckland particularly. Yeah, Auckland's had a rough time with the weather. You come here and it's been calm pretty much every day. Yes, there's a bit of a breeze, but hey, so what? And that's where this has been so good for Central Otago. You think 800 people coming here.
Yeah.
And it's not all in Queenstown either.
No.
You know,
No,
so
no.
it's been great for places like Clyde. There's a lot of people staying in Clyde, and Cromwell. Places there, here in Alexandra, some in Wanaka. People have been driving out to Roxburgh, to Waipiata, etc. That's been fantastic. Bannockburn, people have really liked it there. There's a couple of houses just above the club that we've had a couple of players who said, I love that house. I wonder if that's for
there's
sale.
one off just to the left there. It's you think, oh, wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, there's been a few people saying, oh, like that. Yeah, just above
Because
the
it
box
looks
club.
right up that whole valley, and yeah, the views will be stunning. And
look
here
at
we have
that.
an absolute bomb of
Gee, I
a bowl.
don't quite touch, but gee, it's a beautiful bowl.
Sky Greens.
But don't you find, I mean, you're originally from this area,
Yeah.
that it's just features so many different things for people who aren't from here that they can just say, well, we don't mind driving an hour.
No.
That's actually simple.
Yeah.
And there's no traffic.
Absolutely, and the scenery is different. Yeah, like it's different from
It
what.
is.
Yeah, with all the rocks and the tussock and
Big yard, Lou.
yeah, all that sort of stuff. Some people look at it and go, really? But yeah, most people once
It
they've
can be beautiful.
really experienced it, and they
Like
go,
a Graham
"Yep,
Sydney painting.
absolutely. I was just going to mention him. Yeah, he's the one that's captured
Yes, very well.
Manitoto and Central Otago best, I think.
A straight delivery there. Certainly the delivery, the way she went through her method, her own particular method.
Yeah, she's coming to a good home.
1 yard, mate.
What about for yourself? We've spoken about some of the bowls clubs that you've played at around the country, and some that you've loved playing at for what reasons? I mean, I know you like Roxburgh because of the pies. Is there other places out there, Steve?
Yeah, I'm not letting to eat pie, so you can't say that. Look, Queenstown is absolutely outstanding view there. You know, looking up into the Remarkables and the likes there, and
Yes,
well,
every
the
time you're near the Remarkables, you have to say, that looks remarkable.
That's the one. Yeah, so the setting at Arrowtown, you know,
Arrowtown, fantastic there.
yep, you know, even you know, like up my way, Omokaroa, you know, just looking out there, beautiful clubs, and you know, then you got the wee clubs like Tolaga Bay over the Gisborne East Coast, you know, just tucked away behind a hedge and just quaint in its own little way.
Oh, look at that, sitting there, just dropping in.
Play to me. Lou, through your bowl, mate. Underneath it.
There's the instructions.
Yeah, there's a bit of a wall building up, so even if Lisa hits a bit of that, just got to get around. She's not far away.
Ooh,
Gets a
clear
jab.
tight.
Great shot.
Gets the tap. Where's the jack gone? It's staying in. It is, yes it is.
Jack's in, and Lisa caught that bowl, so instead of two very hard ones to get to, it's an open draw, so
How are you going to get to that jack? Are you going to go out of bounds as such? Which, here we go, let's take another look.
so Lisa plays this perfectly, just round a bowl and under a bowl, gets the jack, gets through, and didn't quite get onto that, I think that's Sky's bowl that she puts it around the back earlier. So yeah, when the jack's way out to the side, there are the school of thought that you play outside in, and there's also another school of thought you should be playing inside out. So
But if you
I'm a
go
favour
inside out, you could eventually end up outside, whereas if you go outside in, you're going to end up
least back
inside
in.
anyway.
That's
yeah,
quite a
for
way
sure.
out, mate.
So there you go, there's the instructions. Take it out and quite a way out.
Yeah,
Guess that's
and
what he's
that's the
referring
wind
to.
side too, that they're
Okay.
the wind's coming from that direction, so that helps bring it back. So we haven't got sight of Lisa's ball.
Hasn't finished yet. Come on, Gil.
There you go, hasn't finished
Lou.
yet.
Come on. Come on, Lou. Sit down. Brilliant. Shot.
And it looks to be
Yep.
the shot, albeit that it's a little way away.
Oh, it's,
I think it's the shot.
yep. And part of, like I know with the Bowls New Zealand High Performance Program, they practice drawing to the ditch, drawing out to the pegs and all that sort of thing, because the jack gets there, whereas perhaps some of our bowlers just keep practicing just drawing to the centre line. It's a real skill to be able to read what the green is to bowl off centre, and it needs to be a practice skill as well.
And that is something that a lot of the top golfers, when you go to a major and you get there a couple of days beforehand and watch the top golfers, of course New Zealand Open not too far away from here, but you watch the top golfers. Yes, it's great to actually tee off down the centre, but their second or third shots can be in the trees almost,
Yep.
or by a sand trap, or they can't quite see where they're going to, where the flag is, where the hole is. So they have to practice that.
Good effort.
It's not always straight.
It didn't come back in, so
Gee.
Sean's bowl was just touch high there. So I'm picking Dean, just needs another one handy and be just slightly faulty narrow, because he doesn't want to put two together, because I'm picking, Sean won't be shy about having a wee crack at, this has got to be,
It's coming around. Let's take a look at this shot coming in.
well, if Lisa's shot, then that's got to be
Make
close
sure
to
you're
second
happy,
shot.
Sean. Make the difference.
You see both players there taking a little bit of cover.
No, they're just making sure it's in.
I think they're taking a bit of cover from the sun as well.
Oh, I can't tell you from down here. I need to see it from there. Okay.
Okay, so they're just checking, folks, whether Dean Gilshan's bowl actually got into back into the rink, or part of the bowl. Only has to be a 0.1% in. So they use a rifle scope.
Looks like a quantity surveyor scope there.
So you can see on the orange peg there's a black line going down the centre of that. So Dave Burridge, our umpire, is lining up the black line on this end to the black line on the other end, and if part of that bowl is... So
it's okay?
So it's alive.
It's a pretty hard draw, but it's not really played on out there. I mean, your weight was good.
Yeah.
So you can do that, or you can put the kitty in the ditch.
There's your options.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem convinced.
Bowls are a bigger target than the jack.
Yeah. Doesn't seem totally convinced, does he?
No.
I mean, if you're drawing, you can still come on that hand and end here, so go narrower. I mean, a shot's here.
The options aren't great, are they?
So wide, you can come, around mine, or under mine.
Yeah.
Safer.
He's got to really probably go for the draw here, simply because it's leaving Dean quite a distance to add a third. And
drop.
You'll see it coming into the picture in just a moment.
Hard luck, bud.
And
just too big.
How much more have I got to go to the ditch, mate? My bowl. No, my bowl. My last bowl. 2 yards?
This is Dean Gilshan.
He'll be looking for the bonus here. He's got a bit of room. We're not getting a commentary, so...
Yeah, we're not hearing from them, but we can tell you that it is...
That looks like it might be out.
Are we on a 2?
Yep.
Waiting for an indication there from the players.
We got the
Yep,
lollipops.
we've got the lollipops. That is a 2.
So that was an interesting end with Sky having 2 very good bowls.
Yeah.
Lisa playing a bomb and spilling the jack out to the side, and for it to become a just draw contest.
What's coming down now to the 10th end of 14 in this Summerset Mixed Pairs semi-final. And Steve Beale, where are you leaning? You think the 2 is going to be enough, that it's going to carry it on and take them? Or is it still far too close to call?
Far too close to call, and no one's really dominating.
No. I mean, even that 2 that Gilshan and White got there, it wasn't reassured, was it?
Well, Lisa created the opportunity by, getting it out there. But, with Sky putting those 2 in the wall, probably 2 great bowls, you'd normally go, well, we're going to hang on to that. So everyone's sort of having their moment in the sun with us at the moment, and
shot. Well done.
That is a nice first up. Just behind the jack, probably nearly 7 o'clock. The White there.
So Sky's just going through a usual pre-shot routine.
It just puts a little bit of pressure there, just steady her bowling arm. She's got a cloth in her left and just puts it above the elbow.
Yeah.
Steadies her arm, I guess.
Yeah. There's some players that do that. It's about just doing the same thing time and time again.
Only that, Lou.
Very slow running bowl, wasn't it? It got good distance in the end, but it was just slowly tuning over.
So they're sort of playing sort of short to medium length end, which has been their tactic.
Lisa doesn't appear very happy with that, trying to tell it to go in.
She's willing it to start turning sideways. See what adjustment Sky can make here. It's a different line. And just give herself a little bit of a telling off.
Yeah, not what she wanted.
No.
There's a bowl down there, mate.
Just very few words there between the combination of Lisa and Dean from Nainai and Takaro. However, Sean and Sky from the Point Chev Club, Central-ish Auckland. You've got about a block away from it as well, the Point Chev Rugby League Club, which actually doesn't have any grounds at its club.
Oh, okay.
It's just up the road. It's further up the road.
Yeah, well, one of the things the Point Chev Bowls Club is, it's a community club.
Yeah, it really is, yes.
I think out the back there, they've got a community, an old disused green that's been turned into a community garden.
Yep.
So people come and grow their veggies, and people help themselves, I believe.
That's right, and the primary school one block over as well, very popular primary school in a city as such. And there is a very large community who are enthusiastic behind pretty much everything when it comes that way.
Oh, great.
You've got Coyle Park just down the end and Point Chev Beach, good for windsurfing or kite surfing.
Oh, that's crazy, that sport, isn't it?
Uh,
Oh, that kite surfing over there. Oh.
You tried it?
No. Okay. Sean managed to catch Lisa's first bowl there to go for shot, and Dean's just drawn it back again.
There is still a breeze, but it's a little bit calmer than what it was before. We did have a couple of real big gusts of wind. The players are just put off for a moment. However, everything here, well, nothing seems to be affected by the breeze now. It's behind the jack.
Another reason I don't do kite surfing is I swim like a brick. There's no flotation in this boy at all.
Okay, that's not going to help.
No.
She's wheeling it in.
Yeah.
Come on a bit further.
Lisa's happy.
And drops the other way. So at the moment it's, oh gee, which way are we going for?
Well, it's 2 shots holding to the Gulshan white at the moment, so Sean will be wanting to get something close with this one.
But they're not really close shots, are they?
No.
This is better.
Go the jack. Nice, buddy.
Oh, great
Well
bowl.
done.
That's
Great
the one
bowl.
now. That's the shot.
That's a good pressure bowl. Steve taught him well. That's Steve Goldsbury, legend of bowls and Gisborne East Coast Centre. Actually, the breedings there is wife Kay, is a very good bowler as well. So
Just about pointing to where she wants it to go.
no,
It didn't listen.
She's wanting it to hit that red bowl. Gave it a chance. You can hear some applause from the other rink there, so it sounds like someone's played a bomb.
Still sitting on one for Sean and Sky, the Point Chev pair.
So the ladies are
You can do that.
heading up. You can draw that. Nice and positive.
And I'm sure we'll give you an update on the other rink in just a moment. In the meantime, this is Lisa White up to the mat, the left-hander.
So she'll be just looking to just play slightly overweight, looking to catch that red bowl with a black disc at sort of 3 o'clock on, as you can see on your screen at the moment. And she doesn't look too far away.
Great shot.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Shot.
Brilliant.
Look at that, just nudges the other bowl out of the way.
Yeah.
Get out of this, it's mine.
Yeah.
It's
She
bit
looked
of a
really happy with herself as well.
Yeah, she should be too.
thanks for the message, Ernie. Yes, I'm enjoying it in Central Otago.
This is looking good. It's going to change things again.
Oh, what a bowl.
Oh, just tit for tat. You put it there, I'll switch it around and move you out again.
Yes.
Fantastic bowling by
Good thing
Lisa
too, mate.
White, and then Sky Rains.
You play for the bowl. Play up to the bowl. Push it through.
Got John McBeth listening, and he's pointing out that Lisa's wearing her Romati Bowling Club hat, as he would. Just trust you to notice that, John. Hope you got your yellow card around, mate. So let's just see what
Wait,
Lisa
Will.
does here.
Got weight.
She's been transferred to Rail Matty without even realising it.
Oh,
Oh, that
Gee.
wasn't good.
that's all right.
And the last bowl of this end, the 10th. Let's have a look at Sky from Point Chev, see what she can do. Get some very accurate bowls at the later part of this end.
And Scotty, my brother, he's telling me there's nothing wrong with wobbling bowls. He has 57 as well.
Well, don't move him.
But he managed to get them close. Oh,
Gee,
is that good?
4 very accurate bowls, but it's just going
Looks
to be
like
the
2. Is it 2?
2. Well, there really is no escape, is it? Back to 8 all, back to even Steven.
That's the one.
The 11th end coming up. We've been saying that we couldn't pick a winner. Well, we still can't. However, can we pick a winner on the other rink? How'd you maths? Almost.
That's over virtually. 7 shots. We talked about getting
To
an
get
8.
that on the last end, to get 7 shots, to take it to another.
But we're seeing, like Sheldon and Selena have been scoring big when they've been scoring. And they've restricted Kerry and Sue to 1s, except on the 5th end. We're not sure what happened there. So it's looking like our national singles champions, both male and female, are coming through to the final of the mixed pairs.
That was technically a almost indoor final, because they started at clubs like Browns Bay, outdoors, and then a storm just about ripped through it. And they ended up playing
at Orewa.
Orewa, which was under the cover.
Yep.
Although it's not fully indoors as such, but it is covered.
Yeah, they've got some sides in that there. It's a magnificent facility, and we're very lucky to have that in Auckland.
Yeah, as a backup
there's
for
3 or 4 of those around. So
New Lynn as well, I believe.
New Lynn, Remuera, and I know that the centre are looking to have others around the various suburbs around. So there's good coverage in most areas. I believe Howick are having a look. Even perhaps down to...
Well, we won't speak to Brett O'Reilly about the Takapuna Club.
No.
It's in one of those positions of a very wanted ground, the tennis club next door as well.
Yes.
And I think that is one of the things you have if your club is council as such, or owned by the council, or leased by the council. There's a want for land everywhere, isn't there?
It is.
Particularly in cities.
I did actually suggest to them that they perhaps could lease the land out, get a developer to build a multi-storied facility there and put a bowling green on top.
And the response?
It's not that far out. It's in the mix somewhere. Just how far, I'm not sure, but there is another club in Wellington looking at something similar as well. So it just doesn't have to be ground level.
So in your role as the facilities manager, you've got to suggest a few outside of the square, outside of the green ideas.
Yes. There's another club up far north. They've got access to a big old warehouse that's got girders down, so they can get 4 rinks in between a set of girders, another 4 rinks, and another 4 rinks playing away. And I'm going, there's no rule to say that the green must be square. It's open to an opportunity, I believe.
For somewhere like this particular club, Alexandra Bowling Club, for the size of it and for the size of the town, 6,000 to 7,000 people, this is probably right.
This is perfect for them.
Particularly a very dry environment, and even in winter it's very dry.
Well, the windows and doors that we're looking into there doubles down in winter here, that they have a carpet. It's short bowls. It's not full length or anything like that, but allows members to roll their arm
Still
over.
be social and still
But
get
then you've
involved.
got Wanaka up the road with indoor facility. Clyde's got a small indoor facility as well. So Central Otago's
Well catered for.
well catered for. They really are. And yes, Pauline, I can hear myself say, ah. My apologies, folks.
That's all right. It's been great having you here. Don't forget you've got the finals coming up. Well, not too far away. Probably around about half an hour at the completion of this particular match. So keep an eye on for that, because it should be great. We are expecting that we're going to have the combination of Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley through to the final to take on the winner of this one.
Yes.
Unless a miracle or relative miracle occurs on that other rink, it looks as though they will be through to the final.
Certainly does look like that.
We've seen all sorts of crazy and strange score lines in bowls. Not sure if we're going to get it.
I'm thinking we'd probably be close to 45 minutes away, roughly 10 minutes in the end. So
Let's have a look now.
Colin will be making sure that they have an opportunity to have a small break and drink and rehydrate and have a bit of food before they have to go out into the final, whoever wins this one.
Well, we're still no closer to any actual result. I mean, I know we're in the 11th end, but Sky Rains and Sean Goudsbury up against Dean Gilshan and Lisa White, 8 each. And this end so far isn't giving us much of a big lead, is it?
No, well, Lisa's got shot, only the one.
Got another counter, Lou. In there.
We should explain that Sean and Sky are relative, say, novices to the game, or relatively new to the game.
Absolutely. Sean in his second year and Sky in a fifth year. It's whatever happens here, it's been an outstanding effort. You know, to medal, guaranteed medal,
Yeah, of
at
course.
a national championship.
Yeah, that's slightly narrow patch, good. Just over a metre away to be on there.
So I'm sure high performance people will be perhaps having a look at these guys and putting them on the radar. It's not about doing this once, but if they keep popping up, then I'm sure they'll be introduced to the high performance program.
Well, there's always plenty of tournaments on. We've got one next weekend, or very close to it, and there's South Island again, maybe Christchurch. I think we've got something coming up, and there's all sorts of tournaments around the country.
That's the Intercentre coming up,
Do you want another shot?
where the top 7 from each province, well, each bowling centre, put up a single, a pair and a 4 to fight out for provincial / centre supremacy.
I wonder who the champion centre at the moment is.
Oh, now you
There's lots of centres that will claim to be the best, but I wonder which one actually won last time. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be able to look that up, folks, so someone will let us know. Just been a long time here looking after these 8 days. Lots of stats going through our heads, and that is a very close bowl by Lisa White, sitting just in front.
And
The
they've
other
got
ankle,
Dean
let us know.
Gilshan's one that's sitting at about 3 o'clock, so they're holding 2.
Holding 2. You can see Dot there in the sun.
So I've just had a question from the Waikato Centre asking what bowls they are playing with. So I'm sorry, that's one little thing that I failed to get as to brand. But by the look of Sean's, they look like XGs.
Well, in fact,
Greenmaster.
it is Auckland and the men are the Intercentre champions, and Central Otago and the women.
Beautiful.
Well done, Central Otago. A few of their numbers popping up in the 4s as well, the Summerset National 4s. So you saw a few of their names. In fact, there was a team from Central Otago Southland which made it through to the final.
Yeah, Lynley O'Callaghan, well, if she if Central Otago won the...
That one's just a
What's it?
straight drive.
Oh,
Gee, you've got to be careful with that sort of ricochet. You don't know what's going to happen.
no, failed to clear the 2 shot bowls. Mark O'Connor, ex-president of Bowls New Zealand, points out that New Zealand got an 8 against Wales at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in the 4s.
Wow.
So internationally, 8s can happen. And thanks Steve Goldsbury for pointing out Sky and Sean are playing with Henselite XGs.
That's a fairly popular model.
It's a popular model.
I just love
And
what Riker was leaving.
by the look of Lil's bowls, they are SRs.
And here we go again. He's tried once.
He's cut one out.
Yep, only one though. What Riker was using in the men's 4s final was something of a generation ago, he said. I'm the only one in this country that likes them.
Yep, they came out some years ago. A lot of the top bowlers gave them a go, and they didn't last long. So obviously it takes a magician to be able to play with
Well,
them.
he's very talented, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. He was brilliant.
And he's saying 2.
They're holding 1. He's just looking. He's got the opportunity to perhaps get onto Lisa's bowl, to just get onto the jack and push them over to those bowls at sort of 11, 10 and 9 o'clock, which are all theirs. The bowl currently sitting at about 3 o'clock is against them, and second shot. So this is a big bowl if he can pull this off. But so does he go for it, or the smart money will say draw a second, and if he gets a bit of movement out of the jack, then that's the bonus.
I think. Yeah, he's just trying to draw it.
Yeah.
Very
Whether he's trying to move the jack or not, I don't know.
slow.
I'm not sure he posted this. So he's just trying on the draw. Looks like 1 to us.
Just
The
the one.
lollipop of Dot will...
She'll hold up the lollipop,
she's
and
got
it is
the one.
just the one for Gilshana White. They go up to a 9-8 lead as we head into the 12th of 14 ends here in the semi-finals of the Summerset Mixed Pairs Alexandra Bowling Club. Hot conditions.
It's very warm in here. We're inside behind those
actually.
curtains. It's sweltering, folks.
We are inside, but outside as well. We've got the windows open. We can hear the comments. We're just about engaging with the players. And that jack just shifted across there to the 2-metre line.
So
a lot of people have moved inside the clubhouse just to get a little bit of shade. Had a very big crowd here, Steve, for the 4s, all around the venue. It's perhaps a little bit cooler at the time.
Yes, we've got some players obviously gone home, but there's still a good crowd out there.
Oh yeah.
But they are hidden. They're under shelter because it is very warm. So this is where the pressure starts going on. See who handles it best. 3 ends to go. 1 behind or 1 up, which way you ever look at it. If there's an opportunity, the team that takes it. Okay, Sean's liking the look of this from the start.
We should do. Oh, it's just stayed with the jack.
Yep, she's dragged it a couple of feet but stayed with it, so just caught it on the right side.
Mate's good, Lil.
So Lisa White just looking to make adjustment with the line, not the weight. Does look like a million miles away, folks. Ooh.
Yeah, into there will be great, mate. Hard.
We've got Dusty Reader, a legend from the Northland Bowling Centre, and unfortunately a very good friend of mine, and Steve Smith. Smithy's hoping we've got the air conditioning on here in the corporate box because he wants to come and join us. He's feeling a bit warm out there.
I'm not sure we'd call it a corporate box as such.
Yeah.
That particular bowl just scooting off a little bit. So, at this angle, where's the jack gone?
It's behind the bowl in
There
the
we go.
centre. There it is.
You almost couldn't see it, could you?
No, well, it was just the angle of the camera. So Gary Fleming, legend and Grand Poobah of the SSI International Club. So that's the yellow card you've seen Macbeth and Symes and myself sort of carrying, has pointed out to me that Percy Jones, so our older members may remember him, got an 8 against Jack Rackbone in the final of the National Fours in Auckland many years ago. So thank you, Guru. Obviously listening, enjoying yourself up at One Tree Point. So happy days, mate.
One Tree Point at Marston Point, I believe.
Yeah, just up that way, yep.
Just about 30 k's out of Whangarei, just to the south or southeast.
Yeah, the Guru was a legend at Royal Oak there for a number of years.
And Royal Oak Bowling Club, how have you been able to help them with their flooding issues?
Yeah, they got flooded out and ruined. It was a brand new green. It had just been laid, and all they had to do was get the rink markers all the way around, and it got full up. It was a pond, and that lifted all the carpet and underlay and ruined the the spines under the underlay. So we had to rip that up again. So it was another 2 weeks. They were out without a greens till we could fix it up.
Oh, that's tough for any club.
Yeah, but they've got it going, and it's they're more than happy with what they've got. They're having fun with it, so they're playing. They're getting it ready for their big Easter tournament.
And tournaments such as the Easter tournament, or you've got the big ones in Taranaki. What do they do for the club? I mean, the Easter tournament, Royal Oak, what are we going to have? 100 people entering, or how many people?
I think they have triples, so they fill 2 greens.
Oh, I mean, when you get the public holiday tournaments, Easter, Anzac, I guess Matariki now as well, Queen's/King's birthday, whatever it is, Royal birthday, things like that. There's probably a lot of tournaments. I think there's a tournament here, Anzac weekend, perhaps?
Anzac weekend, yes. They have a big tournament, sort of the last of the season. Played that in a few times. And it can get very cool.
And you're going to give us an update from the other rink.
Well, they must have picked up a 2 and a 1,
at
so that's
that.
Sheldon and Selena through 16-12.
How did we end up going to a 15 there?
Not
You
sure.
can tell us the full story.
According to the card that Crash has just brought in for us, it was 17-11 final score. So just a slight hiccup there. So Goddard and Selena and Sheldon picked up a 1 on that last end. So it was just going around the other way, 1 on and 1 off. So Superstars
Through to the final.
through to the final.
Single stars teaming
Singles.
together
Absolutely.
to be mixed pairs and through to the final here as we get a drive coming through, straight through. Bang. You heard that collect, didn't you? It was a real clunk. And we have, as we just heard, one of the pairs for the Summerset mixed pairs through to the final, Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley. They are through. They'll play the winner of this match, and you still can't give me a winner, can you, after 12 ends or into the 12th end?
It looks like Dean's he's played a bomb to get the shot, so sort of reading the other thing and I missed the shot coming in, so Lisa's willing it in to the centre line. Now telling it to stop.
It's not quite going to
It's
stop.
not listening.
This is the second semi-final as such, or one of the semi-finals. And
So
on to the
I'm
12th.
not sure whether he's got the go-ahead. By the stance, it looks like he's got the go-ahead to fire 2.
What's the biggest lead that we've had here? It really
1,
hasn't
2.
been much of a lead, has it?
2. 2-0 4-2,
6-4, I think, and then
Sixes.
8-6.
8s. No, it's only ever been a two-shot swing.
So it's only ever been a 2-shot lead all the way through.
Yep. So it's been a very tight game. So we had Sean having a couple of drives there. He's just a bit off target.
Lisa White now, getting her pink ball. Just gives it a little towel down, gets rid of some of the dust, maybe a bit of dirt. Have to come round quite a way.
Yeah, I think she's running for some cover.
A little bit high, mate.
Maybe not. Just
There you go, you heard the comment. A little bit high, mate.
It's okay. Have a look in there.
Is that in?
looks in. Yeah, Sky's got to be careful if they, as we're looking at it, you can see the bowl on the white line just in front, next one back from the red, that's shot. But if she drove and caught the one that's sort of sitting at 7 o'clock, that's going to clunk their nearest out, and it could be very dangerous. Oh, here we go.
Well, it's just really the jack is sitting by itself next to that one.
So she'll be looking to come up, looking like the way she's lining up. I've got it all wrong, so they're going to be playing a shot. So I'd be more of inclined to be playing the other hand to try and catch that white bowl and the white disc and to come back to their red bowl.
So let's summarise the bowl next to the jack there. It's
Yep.
black in colour but has a white sticker on it. That is the bowl of Dean Gilshan.
Yep.
It's the shot at the moment. We don't believe he has more than one.
No, he
Well, it's
hasn't
hard
got
to say.
hasn't got any more than one, but by the look of it, Sean and Sky have only got one on their head, so they need to be a bit careful of what their shot options are. Because the last thing they want to do is be dropping a number.
Yeah, if you go into the penultimate end, 3 down is, or 2 down, that's okay.
2 downs manageable,
Yeah.
3 and 4 downs not so.
Yeah, starts putting the pressure back on yourself. Sky with
Okay, so it looks like she's
a little bit
gonna
of breathing,
attempt-
a bit of a shake of the head,
Yeah.
psyching herself up.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to attempt the shot I suggested. You know, just come down under that bowl, just catch the shot bowl. And unfortunately, we can't quite.
I know we can got a nice camera angle of the bowl coming down now,
No,
but it's
they've missed the line there.
going and keeping on going.
So that's a 1. We got that magic 2 break.
Yeah.
Playing the second last end.
And just for those who may have tuned in, getting ready for the final, we know one combination, and that is Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri Howley. And they will take on the winner of this, and it's not over yet. We have Gilshan and White in the blue and white, and Goldsberry and Rains in the green of Point Share Pirates.
And 2 ends to go. 2 up with 2 to go, or 2 behind with 2 to go.
They're very,
Sky and Sean will be looking, yeah, they've got to score here.
yeah, in the very hot conditions. Breeze has perhaps died a little. It's just a gentle breeze now from what it was. Pushing it in, willing it in, and
That's a
nice.
very good start on the second last end
Yeah.
by your lead. That's what you want.
That's pretty handy. Once again, a thank you to all 13 clubs and all the staff and volunteers around all of those clubs, as well as the Bowls New Zealand staff as well. People behind the scenes everywhere. Bowls New Zealand staff here pressing all the right buttons. Thank you very much.
Yeah, with Sean just driving with his last 2 bowls there, his dad Steve just texts me, drive happy. I don't think Dad's
Oh,
happy
my
with
son.
his son's options there. Yeah. It's all good, mate. Be proud of him. He's doing well.
Who did they beat in their quarterfinal? There you go. There's the question
there's
for
the
you. I
question.
think it was Serena Matthews and Calvin Scott, was it?
It was, and
That's a big win.
That was well, it's a huge one.
Huge win. And it was on an extra end?
Extra or double extra end,
Double
because they
extra-
killed
my
the
goodness.
first extra end.
Wow.
And it was with the last bowl. Sean drove a bowl to get onto a toucher bowl to put it into the ditch to beat a bowl and Jack that was only a foot away.
And I can
Phenomenal
tell you
shot.
that Sky was over the moon. She was
She
thrilled. And so she should be.
Absolutely. So it's good teamwork there. They're happy with what's going on. They're encouraging each other, so it's very good.
And both of the men just taking a little bit of shelter as they get ready for Sky and Lisa with their respective bowls. Here's Lisa White, the left-hander. She's played for New Zealand, indoor and outdoors, from the Nine Eye Club. Her first bowl of the penultimate end.
So Lisa and Dean, I'm sure, we're just playing a bit of mix and match, just wherever they've got bowls. If they're going to go down, they only want to go down one.
Yeah.
So they can take a one-shot lead into the last end.
Well, the last thing you want to go is into the last end, you're 7 down, where it's going to take the almost improbable, we won't say impossible,
Yeah.
8 to actually win it. You know you can do a 1, 2, 3, start getting to the 4, and oh gee, that
Yeah.
pressure comes on you.
Absolutely. This guy's just not going to quite. That's a good effort there. Gave it a chance. Alvin Gardner, how you going, mate? Still on the sunny Australian coast there. He points out he dropped an 8 to the legendary Jimmy Pugh in the 2010 fours. So it looks like these 8s are more common. And
Oh, wow.
well, and people obviously certainly remember
They remember them. Perhaps they're not so common, but they're well remembered.
Yes.
So it's like people remembering their hole-in-one at a difficult course.
Yes, I'm sure. Well, if you dropped an 8 there, Alvin, I'm sure there'll be at least 4 people reminding you, plus your teammates, because you're probably skipping. And of course, Alvin's a national title holder himself. He's a member of the club. Oh,
Bit of
Sky's having a flick
for
here.
this
She's
one.
not far away.
come on, she said. It's
There's the case of a jack going up the green.
yeah.
We
Yeah,
need
but
a replay of that, folks.
I think that's the first time I've seen a jack going backwards, as in up the green,
Back and then up.
ricocheted off one of the other bowls, and how's
Sure,
it actually
great
ended
hit.
up? It's ended up with a
Well, it's still it's virtually no change other than the jack's a little bit further. Here we go, folks.
Here it is.
So Sky's on the drive, on the backhand, gets it as good as you want, and it's going to come off their own bowl. It knocks their bowl further back, comes back up.
It almost went back exactly where it was.
Just about. All I had, it's 4 inches off the line. Wow.
That's the worst sort of result to a drive you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was a very accurate drive.
It was. It was great.
Straight as an arrow. Oh.
That's a 5 they're holding. So
That would take it out. If this was the case, if it stayed the same, take it out to the 7.
Yeah.
You're going to need a 7 to then take it to an extra end or an 8
Because
to
it's
win.
a national title event, you'd probably try for the 7. But if it was in a club game, you'd be going, nah.
Yeah, you're thinking, okay,
No,
we haven't
it's not
got
gonna
anywhere near that. The biggest that we've got throughout the
There's
whole
a 2
time
so
is a 2.
far. 7, nah.
Well, they got the semi-improbable in the previous round.
Yep.
And deep thinking.
Well, she's got to try and cut the swelling. You can't gift potentially a 5. So,
Yeah.
although she's just had a flick, so she's going to either have to back herself or back Sean with 2 bowls to get at least second shot if at worst.
Big consideration here. She's looked on both sides.
It's open for a draw.
That black bowl, how low is it, sorry, Shauno, the shot bowl? So should I play up to there and rest that and then take shots?
Yeah, I mean, it's easier than beforehand drawing, you know, a chance for us to get something.
Good call, mate.
She doesn't seem convinced though.
Yeah. So what we're seeing here is, you know, the Lisa's bowl between Sean's feet on the draw. She can sit and chop that. Second shot potentially, shot even. Slightly tight, got the jack. Slightly tight again, gets the
Well, if
second
I'm
shot.
playing draw
So
weight onto it and just roll it, so I'm not playing big weight, just draw onto it.
Okay?
She doesn't seem totally convinced with Sean's guidelines.
yeah, she's on the mat, so she's potentially seeing something just different than Sean can see up there and there. But they've agreed the shot, so it's just a matter of getting down and doing it. So she's come her side of the rink that she wanted to. And we'll need a big slide.
So at
So
the present time we're looking at a 1 and a 2, the
2,
2 closest, and
3,
a
4,
4.
at least 4. Don't know where the
4.
5th one is.
Nothing behind that will give you a 5, would it? Can't see a 5th. We've got a 4 at the moment.
We've got a 4.
She held up a.
I think I'm playing this hand here.
Well, we believe it's going to be a 4.
You happy with that?
At least a 4 anyway. This bowl is just in the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah, doesn't look like
Yeah.
it's in. So
What about?
so we got the one at the back there
Yeah, the
potentially
back.
in. So that's
It's about
that's
6
their
o'clock,
flight, yeah.
5:30 perhaps. Well, let's see if something can change here, because we are coming down to the hot end. It is the end of the 13th coming up. Just a couple of bowls each. And Gilshan at the mat. A very methodical bowl.
Not sure if he's running for cover or just missed it. Well, there's your indication. It's another shot. Holding 6.
Gee.
Okay, Sean, if you'd listen to your dad, Steve, he'll tell you to draw.
Sean Goldsberry makes his way up. After a final look, makes his way up to the mat. Where are you going to put it, Steve? Putting the pressure on you. You've got to coach him for this one.
Pick a hand that he's most comfortable on, and he's played generally on the forehand. Looks like he's setting up for the backhand. He's just got to draw second shot. Just try and get second shot. So the number of times you try and get second, you'll get shot. So he's certainly playing with big weight. He's looking for an edge.
Oh, he's knocked 2 out. He's still
Two
going to
out,
lose
so
that
he's only
hand. It could be just 2, maybe
Just 2
3.
down now.
Yeah, well, that was good. One at each end that he managed to
It was
knock out.
brave.
Shawnee, just check that. Make sure.
What's the story, Lou?
That, to me, keeps things alive going into the 14th.
Yep.
Otherwise, it was going to be...
Oh, it was game, set, match.
Yeah.
Every day. So, you know,
So
he's
there you go.
effectively cut 4
Dot's,
out.
Dot's laughing. I don't know what's going on there, but she's laughing.
We got a back one down there. Hey? I'm listening, Dave. Yeah.
So it sounds like they've got pretty much everything covered.
Yeah.
Although Jack and the ditch would be worth 3 to Sean and Sky. They've got Sky's bowl. You can just see the edge of it wire just by Lisa's foot there. And the red bowl just to the left of the 3. So he might look to try and get the Jack in the creek. But it all depends what Dean does here.
Slow action, but very methodical and very accurate action there of Gilshan.
Lisa's willing it in.
Not really going to add much or nothing to the actual points, but it's still 2 to his team. Shane Goldsberry takes another look there with Sky.
Yeah, she's having a look to see if they can get access to the Jack and get it through to the back. You can see the deepest bowl just to the left of the 3 number. That's Sean's bowl. You got the drive bowl that Sky was very unlucky with, where it ricocheted.
It ricocheted a long way back to the blue bowl, right back at.
Well, the bowl that we could see close to the bottom of the screen here on the right, that was the bowl she hit, and it was somewhere in between the pink bowl and the black bowl just further up there. So the Jack hit that and hit it that far back.
Yep. Before you play it, the other option, Shawnee, is to draw up to it. Sit there and you've got shot.
It's ambitious. It's doable.
Yeah. Not sure I agree with. Looks like they sounded. They agreed a shot, and now Sky's given him another option. So he's doing the right thing, coming to have a look, because you've got to walk to the mat. You've got to be convinced the shot you're going to attempt is the right shot. If you've got 2 shots in mind, you generally end up playing a nothing bowl.
And updating people that the winner of this particular match will take on Selena Goddard and Sheldon Baggery Howley. That will be the grand final of this, the Summerset Mixed Pairs. 8 days of competition we've had around the Central Otago region. We had the Summerset Fours, the National Fours, and now the Summerset Mixed Pairs. This is a vital bowl for Shane Goldsberry and Sky Rains.
Looks like he's playing with purpose. Going to get lucky?
No. So it is
2 shots.
2 shots going, taking the score up to 12-8. The 4 gap has really put pressure on this, the final end of the semi-final. Gilshan White. Gilshan White going out at 12-8. Goldsberry and Rains. You're going to need a 4 to take it to an extra end, or get a 5 and you can take it from there. We haven't seen a 5. What have we seen? We've seen a 4.
We've seen a 3 on this game, and that's it.
That's it. So to get a 4, let alone anything more, is going to be very difficult.
Yes, well, first objective is get the 4, and then win the extra end is generally what my tactic in this sort of situation is.
And it's a short. It's okay. Yes, it's short. There you go. The leaders just putting in that short one, so everybody has to change.
Bit closer to the mat, so it's easier to hit with the drive. That's Lisa White with her Raumati Bowling Club cap on, especially for John Macbeth.
Start, Lil.
This is Sky. She's
The
from the
last
Point
thing-
Chef Club in Pirates.
When you're chasing shots like this, the only criminal bowls are the short ones.
Yeah.
Close as you can, mate.
She's heard you. She's gone deep.
I've seen that tactic before of just, oh, a bit heavy, and all of a sudden there's a clump there, and then you try and pull the jack back to that if the team aren't on to trying to cover.
It's the second bowl here from Lisa White. And first was
Okay.
pretty good. Gilshan's happy with that. Looking feeling a little bit inevitable, you think?
They strike me as very competitive.
Very.
So it ain't over till it's over, and we saw that in the last game where they
Quarterfinals.
used their get out of jail free card with a magnificent bowl to win it. On that particular occasion, obviously, they're only chasing one, where they're chasing a number here.
So it's the men, it's their turn for 4. We've had the 2 for the women, 4 for the men, and then 2 again for the women. That is Lisa and Sky. See Dean Gilshan just wandering up, probably saying what he needs, telling himself what he needs to do. And the wind appears to have got up again.
Yes. Yes, for Dean, it's just simple. Just draw a shot. That's please get here action from Lise.
Okay, bub.
That's
That
very
sort of
nice.
cuts a drive opportunity out. That looks like it's pretty adjacent to the centre line. Okay, Sean just looking to play up. Get on to Sky's bowl as a bonus. Or if he gets around to Lisa's.
Did it. Yeah, well done.
That's all good.
And you're still picking the white ring bowl to be
The one in front,
the one in front
the
there.
Dean's first bowl looks the shot at the moment. You won't be worried whether it's shot or second shot or third shot. He's as long as it's in there and handy. Lisa giving it the big hurry up.
And she's given it the hurry up. It's not
And again, bud.
quite, but it's pretty good positioning though.
Yeah. So ideally Sean gets on to Sky's that wing bowl, and he's got the chance to roll both up. Looks like he might be just a bit brutal with his speed.
We one down, mate. So I just need another foot, eh?
Yeah,
So
missed
Lisa
the final
Sanders.
wind. Dinkelshine up to the mat, and in the blue and white. The very steady bowl there, very steady delivery, Steve.
It is. He keeps doing the same thing, so that's all you ask out of a lead.
Very waved
See.
in. Oh,
Just if he was round that, he was perfect
You want
weight.
it, bud. You got it.
at the present time, are we thinking that the red bowl with the black has possibly got the
Yeah,
shot?
by the sound of it, according to Lisa, it's close to who's got shot. So it'll be that bowl versus the front black bowl. He's just gone a fraction height. Have to admit, if it was me, I'd be just looking to get back to those red bowls or beyond. Because at the moment, potentially,
Both
it's unlikely.
players circling
Yeah.
around, taking that extra view, just walking the full distance
Yeah.
around.
Pass mine to your pink. You see what I mean? So trail it down the back. You see that? With 3 down, okay?
Yep. So Dean's seen what I've seen, that he wants to cover that potential swoop on the jack.
What's the rules with staying at one end if you're the bowler? Can you move up and down whenever you want? Because in the fours it's different, isn't it?
Yeah. So arguably with this I understand the skips can certainly stay down.
Right.
And move around, but the thirds, well, when the person that's playing the four bowls, they can't technically chase the bowl unless it's an exceptional circumstance, rah-de-rah. But in the semi-final of a national mixed pairs competition, it's an exceptional circumstance.
Yeah.
What?
And
Yeah, close.
you see the Australians in particular follow virtually every bowl.
Well, this is the final bowl, unless we go to another end for Sean Goldsberry.
Looks like Sean's having a smack
Oh,
here.
he is. Take a look.
Got it.
Oh, he's got something.
Ah,
Well done, Shawnee.
let's split it.
In the drain.
How's the result? Are we still looking at one for his team with his red bowl to the 4 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock? Black.
Yeah, draw me
It's
down.
the
or just
one
around.
that's sitting at 12
Well,
You think
versus
still the 12 has got it?
12 v 5, because Lisa couldn't pick it when she had a look. So.
Right. They're really having an inspection, aren't they? Just to
Yeah.
make sure.
So here, mate.
A little bit of hand movement, a big foot in the way. Lisa White.
So just
Right.
not looking to get close here, but just looking for third and fourth shot.
Walking it down.
It's not what she wanted, but
Get off
let's
that.
see what.
mate. Get off that. We don't want to improve that bowl.
Correct.
This one. She's got to make this one. She should kill it. She trails it right down the back. She should have a lot of room to draw.
Let's see what Sky can do. She's going down for her first of 2 bowls to potentially finish off this semi-final. The mixed pairs, the Summerset mixed pairs at the Alexandra Bowling Club. We do have the finals coming up not too far away. Winner of this takes on Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley. We've had 800 bowlers over the last week, or just over a week, around the region. And thank you very much to the officials, such as the umpires and officials that we've had today.
Yeah, the
There we go.
umpires were Dave Burridge and Margaret Eames doing it, and Dot Mowat doing the marking in this semi-final, and Wendy Sutty's sitting around waiting to do the final, being our lollipop person.
Taking a real thorough look.
Yeah, she's looking for jack movement.
Certainly that's now a gusty wind or a strong wind coming across the green.
Okay, she's going for the kill. Get an edge off that.
No jack.
You heard Dean writing that, telling no jack, no jack.
Well, I can't do getting,
Yeah.
I can't do getting that on that.
It's amazing what you can ask the bowls to do.
Yes.
Even down the back, they can't get 4.
This
Four
should
wide.
be
4
the
wide,
very
and-
last bowl
and make
for
sure you
Lisa
pass.
White of this semi-final. With the 14 of 14, they're up 12-8. Just 2 bowls remaining. Lisa White has 1. Sky Rains has the second. Where are you going to go if you're Lisa here?
Nowhere near it. Don't want to give it. Go
Keep
creative.
away.
Keep away, and Sky's really only got the kill
Yep.
available to her.
Okay.
You know, she gave that one a fair chance to
Yeah.
try and get the slide off and get through to the jack for the kill.
The jack's still hidden.
She's hidden by that bowl,
Yeah,
so she's
yeah.
really got to use that bowl at sort of 2 o'clock to come through, catch an edge, get the kill that way. or plant the short bowl onto the jack, and hopefully that works.
Leaning back into it, taking another look. She comes down for potentially her last bowl of the semi-finals. And gee, the big trees in the park there getting knocked around a little bit now by the breeze. Well, gusts, strong wind. Let's take a look. So Steve, you've predicted the drive to kill the end?
Got to kill it. Hope for some contact on the jack to so it just gives them a chance to try again. There it goes. It's unfortunately going to miss.
No, here it goes, and there it's gone. And it is a victory for Dean Gilshan and Lisa White over Sean Goldsberry and Sky Rains.
Yep.
And congratulations, they go through to the final. There it is, Lisa White. Dean Gilshan will take on Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Congratulations there. We'll have that final coming up very shortly. In fact, we've got some highlights of this particular match in just a moment as well. Let's take a little look.
Welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset National Open Mixed Pairs Final, broadcasting live from the Alexandra Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Steve Beale. Steve, can you start off please with telling us who we're watching in the final and what their path was to get here?
Okay, so at the top of the draw we've got Selena Goddard and Sheldon Bagri-Howley, who have won their way through from their half of the draw. They had a real tight game in the first against Sean Scott and Lisa White. They managed to get through that, and then they have just beaten Sue Hodges and Kerry Becks to win their way through. In the bottom half of the draw we see Gilshan and White combination coming through there, just getting over the Goldsby-Reens combination. And a special shout out to the Goldsby-Reens combination because they're relatively new bowlers, a 2-year and a 5-year player. So we're all set for a great final here with Sheldon Bagri-Howley, Selena Goddard, Dean Gilshan and Lisa, also known as Little White.
Absolutely, and I'm going to start off early with a big question for you, Steve. Who's your pick to win the final? Do you have one?
Well, on paper, you've got to go with the current national singles title holders, both of them, and Selena and Sheldon. But at this stage, I'm going to go too close to call. Big fence sitter.
Oh, fair enough too. And it is, it's good to see these four players here. I think we're in for a great final of this mixed pairs here on Central Otago.
Absolutely. And we've got Sheldon mic'd up and we've got Little mic'd up. So we're going to get some insights there as to what they're looking to play and why they're playing it. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's been a good innovation, hasn't it, with our broadcasts to have those sort of remote mics plugged into the players so we can hear what they're thinking. Sometimes I'm not sure if they want us to hear what they're thinking, but we can nonetheless.
Absolutely, and some do a runner when I'm coming near them with the microphone as well, so it's never good for some of them. I know Sheldon struggles with it sort of hanging off the front of his shirt, so he's promised to sort of play his bowls and put it back on again.
And just for the viewers, do we have a sticker? Is there a sticker situation in this final? How do we tell which team's playing with what bowls?
Well, it's actually going to be quite easy. Basically, the white bowls and white and purple bowls of Sheldon's, but Selena's bowls are pure white and no stickers on them, whereas the Gilshan white combination have the white stickers on their coloured bowls, which you can see a little there with the red bowl, and Dean's bowls are blackly, speckly sort of things there.
Something.
Yes.
And I think for anyone who's interested, it looks like I think Lisa's playing with Taylor somethings, and everyone else.
They're SRs.
SRs. Everyone else must have headside XGs. Is that right, Steve?
Absolutely, and yes, the XGs, the Selena and Sheldon are both sponsored by Henselite, so hence them playing with their particular brand of bowl. Looks like Lisa just played a bomb too there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not a bad second bowl of this final in the mixed pairs. They will, of course, if you look at the top left of your screen, you can see it's a 14-end final, 1-4, although we've already seen a quarterfinal go to 2 extra ends, Steve.
Yes, oh, that was it was heartbreaking for Kelvin Scott and that, because he just played a bomb to put the jack in the ditch beside their toucher 1 foot away, and a driven bowl by the opposition, and got it up and got it through from Sean Goldsby, and was less than a foot away, but it was an amazing final. Few bowls in that game.
For sure, some great games as we've seen. This is Dean Gilshan here on his backhand side. Looks like the rink is smack bang in the middle of this green. Has there been play on this rink yet today, Steve? What's the situation with the finals rink?
No, because of the numbers, we were able to keep both the rinks that we've seen on TV free of play. So this is a brand new rink, not been played on all day, as was the rink 3 that the semi-final we've just shown you.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Dean Gilshan here again on his backhand side. They're holding one to that white stickered bowl of Lisa's, essentially the pink bowl that's 12 o'clock to the jack. So he's essentially just you're almost looking past-ish here with your bowl, aren't you, Steve?
We'd be looking to probably match up with Sheldon's back furthest deepest bowl, because Sheldon's looking to play through that just to catch the front of Lil's bowl there, and that jack will pop back to his.
You can see the jacks going back straight in a 6 o'clock direction. We'll see it on the next camera angle. That's what Sheldon is indicating there. Doesn't have to be crazy weight either. You know, he'll be looking to keep his collision bowl on the rink if he misses. Something like this.
Yep, hang round sort of weight. Good effort.
If you look at the 5 bowls of Sheldon and Selena Goddard, well, four of the 5, I suppose, they're all pretty much within coup. They'll be happy with the start.
I think they all will be.
Yeah, I'd be happy.
Yes. Well, Liv was probably first bowl was a bit of a sighter, but yeah.
I'm fascinated on the psychology in this final, because although I know Dean Gilshan's not as well known to the outdoor group as the other 3, all 4 of them have been in national finals, and one of the other codes, you know, indoor bowls are outdoor. Dean, I had a look, won his first indoor national pairs title in like 1987, which I would suggest is before Selena or Sheldon were around. So I don't think there's going to be any nerves here from these 4 players. I'm really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, well, I think Dean was telling me he played since he's 8 at the indoor game.
Yeah, one of our most talented indoor bowlers, and obviously
doesn't go too bad outdoor either.
Yeah, an okay outdoor record too. Sheldon let that one go with a bit of a bounce. He was looking with more weight than what we had seen. Just sort of pushing it wide, so he chipped one of Dean's off. It's an interesting decision to make here.
Yeah, well, he's probably going to get it deep and back Selena to outdraw Lil. I see Dean's hat there with winks on it. He is a horse racing man. He's owned a few good horses in his time. He actually won a Hawke's Bay Guineas and that, so he loves his racing. And for those that do know the racing as well, they know that Winks was certainly one of the best, if not the best thing that was run around, certainly in Australia and New Zealand.
We see Wendy Sutty there looking very calm and cool and collected underneath the shade. The marker for this game, is she going to be a lollipop person, Steve?
She's our lollipop lady, and no doubt she's in the right spot, because I can tell you it is seriously hot here, people. There's not too many sitting out in the sun, I can tell you.
Fair enough too. And it's looking like on the crossover, the Gilshan and White combination still holding one. I saw Sheldon point at the head, so I think we'll see aggression from Selena. It'll be a matter of how hard she throws the ball, really. What sort of weight are we thinking with this shot?
Well, with that wind coming up, I'm thinking the percentage shot is quicker than not so quick, so we'll just see what she does. Quickish.
She's got chances narrow. She can go inside out.
Yeah.
She's not going to need it.
She's not far away.
What a shot from Selena Goddard. Brilliant stuff. And I think we're going to see so many changeable heads here in this game. It's a great shot, popping the jack out the side, and now it's essentially open to both, isn't it, Steve?
It is. It's advantage White, I'm predicting here. You had 2 bowls to 1. She's got a chance for a sighter with this one.
It's a great camera angle there, so you can see just how far away the jack is from the rest of the head. And Lisa willing this bowl to come back in the rink. You can see there's a red rink marker. I think she's going to get bogged on the outside.
Yeah. Okay, so failed to make it back in. That wind is coming across on our screen from right to left. So it'll hold the bowls fairly straight coming down there.
Interesting. It's a big skill here to go from what essentially was a run shot, bordering on a drive, to a dead draw on the forehand from Selena Goddard.
This looks
and
really
the weight
good.
there, beautiful weight. That's an indication of the touch that Selena is in.
Yep.
Harder to do than you would think.
I was talking before. It's not a school a lot of players actually practice. I know the high performance practice programs do, but it's people need to spend time doing that. At least it's not far away, you know.
That's a great correction here from Lisa White. She holds up enough. She's got one, and what a great
Bowl.
start to this mixed pairs final. We see one there to Dan Gilshan and Lisa White, and it's going to be a cracker of a game, I feel.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as you know, when we're in Central Otago here, we've been having trouble getting eggs for breakfast, and I asked Lisa, you know, what does she do for a living? And she goes, you don't want to know. And she's an egg seller from Nainai. So I said, well, can you organise some eggs for us? Because we do like bacon and eggs, not just bacon for breakfast.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
Well, we see there the jack throw into the full length, essentially. And just a little note, see there's little bits of chalk you'll see in the viewers to the left and the right of the jack. That's got nothing at all to do with the game. It's purely cosmetic, and therefore the players. It essentially shows the players the line of the camera, doesn't it, Steve? So we're saying, look, if you can just stand to the right or the left of the chalk marks, that would be good for all.
Yep, certainly very helpful. We do have had a number of texts and people asking the question. Very good opener here from Dean.
Great shot.
It was interesting in terms of the change of tactics here, Alex, that in the last game, Dean and Lisa tended to play short to medium, and the very first end they get the mat, they've gone deep.
And there's been a more positive, and I know we're on end 2, so we've barely begun, but like a more positive start from Dean and Lisa. I mean, it was a good semi-final that we watched, but there was a lot of bowls that finished shorter of where they would have liked them. So perhaps this 2 metre to 2 metre length is just, you go, well, we tried the medium length and we were short a lot. If we throw it long, we know we have to be up.
There was that, and I also actually asked Dean in the break. He put it down to the fact that with the heat, the green is sweating up big time. And so it's just all of a sudden, the lines have changed, he said, and the weight.
So we did see a lot of short bowls, not hugely short, they were 3 or 4 feet short of the jack. There was a couple of ends in that semi-final where both teams sort of collided into each other, and we ended up with 10 bowls that were just sort of in a clump and not quite up as Sheldon Baggery Howley rolls this one on. Great shot.
Very
Look
good.
at that, 4 bowls within a couple of feet.
Yep. Throw a tea-towel over those.
Right, Dean with the one back bowl at 6 o'clock to the jack. And plenty to go. As we see Selena and Lisa make their way back down to this end, playing towards the clubhouse. And as you said, it's quite warm, so the majority of the crowd, of which there is some, are inside.
Certainly is. And out there before, and there was no one sitting in the sun. And it's, as you can feel, it's fairly warm in here as well.
Yeah. Lisa White on her forehand side, the one left-hander. This is good. So she's essentially drawing to Dean's bowl at 6 o'clock, and if she collides with something on the way, that's good stuff. And look at this here from Lisa White.
What a bowl.
What a bowl.
Very good. Very good.
That's opened the head up so much more, hasn't it, Steve?
It has created a lot of opportunities. That's 5 superb bowls in a row.
Yeah, we're going to get spoilt, I think, in this final. And Selena Goddard on that backhand track as well.
She'll be happy with just anything around the back, but it's breaking in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, where's it stopped? She just sort of bogged on that. She almost could have filled the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. So we're going to see aggression here early on from Lisa White. If she's wide onto the plant, it's fine. That white bowl of Selena Goddard's onto Sheldon's onto the pink. I'm sure it would be okay.
And if she's tight, there's a lot of shots there available to it. It's just a bit high there.
Yeah, I quite like that weight that she played it with though, Steve. It's not too much about keeping your bowl on the head if it misses, because you've got that nice target to go.
Absolutely, it was, yeah. Okay, so Selena's...
I feel like that wasn't the plan.
No.
Unless she's going for... Could you claim it as a block? Oh, it's just going to... Well, look at that.
Oh,
You can claim it as a block, and this is going to be interesting to see. Do they look for the plant, Steve? What would you play?
I think you're just down in there. Take the plant if you get it. Take the jack if you're really on with luck there. But and at worst, clear the front stuff. If
Oh, she's
she looks a bit
wide.
high.
Interesting. She's played it with less weight though, so it may stay up on the rink, which isn't the end of the world for the Gilston and white combination, because it means it's more reward if you can get the jack back there, and that's the clear danger. So Sheldon asking for that shot as a sort of play it before they do. If she changes something, it's good. If she reaches past, it's good.
Yeah, she's getting past. Needs to find a friend, I think.
Just listen for the sound as it does or does not go into the ditch, and into the ditch it goes. So still everything to gain for the Gilshan and white combination. She won't be short on her forehand side. Still on a high line.
Yeah, she gave it the big wave. So come on.
Maybe just that mud in the eye of Selena's bowl at 12 o'clock. Sometimes you can see that from the other end of the mat, can't you, Steve, and go, oh, I'd hate to clunk into that.
Yeah, well, there's actually a result there with that sort of weight as well. So I'm surprised she was missing it so high.
So what it has given is Selena another chance to get a bowl past, and switching to the forehand side now. Essentially looking to draw to the 6 o'clock bowl of Dean Gilshan's or a block. Was that on purpose, do you think, Steve, or just a poor bowl?
I suggest you would want that one back again if you had a choice.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, well, Dean's been calling the shot.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lisa will say, well, you do it then, pal.
It can be a challenge sometimes, can't it? Because they've literally spent 3 bowls trying to play the same shot so far, this Gilshan and a white combination. You don't want to get into the habit of missing. On the back end anyway. Dean, very experienced bowler. Much more controlled bowl.
Tidy weight, isn't it?
Yeah, he's close here. He's looking underneath. This is close here from Dean Gilshan.
Oh,
What a
bowl.
bowl. What a shot. Beautiful.
Wow.
Absolute control there. So they actually played more of just overdraw rather than reaching weight. And a beautiful shot. And the head sits now. It's not easy for Sheldon to find a way in.
Well, maybe the plant's on for him now to drive that. Obviously
You don't
not
need that.
by the way he's lining up.
I'm going to say you don't usually need to ask him twice. But on the
No.
forehand, Sheldon, a very dynamic bowler. And you can see Dean just tucked the jack in. Lovely. So Sheldon must be looking to try and draw around, but he's going to be short. What do you do if you're Dean Gilshan here, Steve? They're holding 2.
Just draw to the tee.
Yeah.
Lisa's
Lisa
foot.
was listening.
This is hard for Sheldon to get out of because of the wall of the bowls.
Dean on the back end, out of his hand, pretty smooth. Oh, he's short. Willing this bowl on. It's going to add to the wall. I've got no back bowls, Sheldon and Selena, so that's a challenge. And that's why Selena's saying just stay on the draw, please. It's because they're only 2 down now, aren't they, Steve? And if you attack it and drop a 4, you look like a mug on television.
Yeah.
That's probably the logic here.
Well, we've got Sheldon's actually got his bowl, if he got onto it fat, to push it in potentially out for shots. So it's 2 shots, 2 grade shots.
Yeah, beautiful bowl there from Dean Gilshan with his first one to trail the jack back a little, and we see them score their first points. 2-1. Sorry, 3-0. 14 ends, so it's not a super long game, is it, Steve?
No, but there's a lot of bowls to be played, and you've got to be on your game. You've got to start well, and just hope that if you have a bad end, your mate doesn't. So,
and a short end here now after we saw them throw the long one on the previous, which is interesting. It'll be interesting just to keep an eye on the jack lengths, I think.
yes. So when you play this particular discipline, Alex, do you break it down into first 5, second 5, last 4, or how do you game manage this particular discipline?
Yeah, I think that's what'll happen, Steve. It's 14 ends, so I think these players, after the first 5 ends, will have a look and you go, well, how have we gone? If we're up, we may as well keep doing the same thing. If we're close, can we do anything to go better? And if we're not winning, what do we change? So, yeah, I think you have a look at about every 5 ends. I think that's what these players will do too, divided into those 3 stages.
Yeah. So we've
a
got
good
the
way
egg
to-
salad from 9i. Lisa White. Not sure she's going to
I
live
thought
that
you
one
said
down.
egg salad for a second. I was very confused.
Yeah. She
Long way
doesn't.
to travel.
She's really involved with the game, Lisa, and as I touched on earlier in an earlier commentary, she was one of the main driving forces when the Foxton and Beach Bowling Club burnt down, and with the 9i Club and they raised $20,500 in the auctions and fundraiser and the bowls event in that. So it was a magnificent effort.
It's a very alive club, as we see. Look at these 4 lead bowls, barring the one, you wouldn't even call it a bad bowl, that short one of Selena Goddard's. Just not a perfect bowl, but these 4 players, you can see how they've made the final.
Yes, very obvious. The other interesting thing at that Foxton Beach fundraiser, they Karaka Stud generously donated a share in a racehorse, and Lil getting excited as she did before she knew it, she had the bid of 10k for the horse, and she was starting to sweat for a wee bit there until someone added some more money in. So she's game, I can tell you.
Don't panic.
No. It was almost a beam me up Scotty moment, to be fair.
It is funny, look at the faces sometimes. It's one of the other great charity tournaments you were a part of the last couple of years, Steve, down in Southland, the charity piers, and they have that the auction the night before, and that's always a great time. As we see Sheldon Baggery Howley here, just sitting out instead of in, so still 1 down.
Yes, no, Southland raise a lot of money for probably the lesser charities, the things that you don't see, and they do a magnificent job down there.
Yeah, I think it's probably, if not my favourite tournament, one of them, that Southland Charity Piers. I love the story. It's been going, I think they're heading, how many years now, Steve?
Oh.
They came up to there's a big one soon, I think.
2030, easy.
Yeah,
It's been
there's a
around for a long time, and it's great. What they do is they get the people that they're sponsoring or the organisation that they sponsor, and they hand them the cheque, and then they tell their story. And why and what they're going to do with the money, and there's been some heartbreaking stories and not a dry eye in the room sort of thing after some of them tell their story and what they're going to do with the money. So Simon and his team down at Bowl Southland do an outstanding job around that.
Absolutely. We saw Sheldon, he's got the shot. Look at this clumping of bowls. Dan Gilshan willing this one on. If he can just get up a little bit, he's in for one, but he knows it's short. See that tiny sign of frustration there, throwing the rag from one hand to the other.
It's not often you get in quite a close-up shot and you've got all the bowls in there.
It's good stuff from all these players. And Sheldon now looking for a little feather. Just about enough. I think Dean's bowl to 3 o'clock is level with the jack. And Sheldon's bowl's a little bit past. I'm not actually sure who's holding there. It's hard to tell with these camera angles, and particularly seen as the end is a short one, so you can't really get a good overhead angle here. Hopefully Dean will remove all doubt for us, Steve.
I'm not sure he's quite reached it. Oh, yes, he has. What do I know?
Oh, that'll do.
You'll
Pop the
take
jack
that.
back.
You'll take that.
Oh, one. And Selena's indicating she's got one.
She's got one. Okay.
Well, they've got one, yeah.
Looked like the pink bowl had it, didn't it?
It did, just that depth perception. Still looks like the pink bowl's got it, to be honest, from this camera angle, but Selena's a bit closer to the head than we are. And what a head of bowls this is. So we think that Sheldon's spot at 9 o'clock to the jack is the shot. And second
that's
shot
12,
will be...
That's 12 bowls in that camera shot. Wow.
Amazing. Look at that clump. And Lisa and Dean just had a chat. She'll just be drawing as close as she can, wouldn't she, Steve? Earring slightly heavy, a couple of feet over on the back end.
Yep. That's the shot. She's got chances to take a slide off that front white, grab the jack, first prize.
Just taking her time.
And being a lefty too, she can come in at a different angle than the righties. We've got to remind Dean, or must move those.
She's close. Well, I think she's set. Sheldon's up and over, so there's now no doubt as to who's holding the shot.
That's the one.
Oh dear, Dean, just giving it a good look. Because we didn't put chalk marks that short on the green.
It could be an interesting shot for Lisa coming up. She could get that split on those two Sheldon bowls, and the jack will squirt square to Dean's bowls.
I think so, or even slightly up the rink, and they'll see it.
Yeah.
Particularly when a bowl's touching the jack, those angles always work.
Seeing the reeds from Tapuki in the background there. Bill and Adrian, they ventured out.
That's from Selena Goddard landing that bowl square. If it sits down, it's in for two. What a beautiful head this is. That's incredible stuff. I think the jack does squeeze over to Dean's bowls.
It does.
But sit at 9 o'clock. You go square through that split. You need a bit of weight. You'd rather miss heavy than short.
Yeah. And being the indoor bowler, yeah, he's looking at it.
Yeah, he'll see it.
Yeah.
A lot of... Yeah, he's going to ask.
Yep.
This is cool. I'm excited, Steve.
So what they're
conference. Yeah, we'll just explain it to the viewers. Dean might even explain it. Let's just watch here. Hit that bolt.
And
it's
also
like a half plant, isn't it? And the jack squeezes to our right as we see it.
And it looks like if he catches the outside of Selena's bowl, it will get the same result.
Mm. So it's you've got a 2-bowl target with weight on the back end. Pop the jack to the left as we see it, and what a bowl it would be. I hope Dean stays out of the way of the cameras.
Yeah. You stand on that centre line or close to it by the look of it.
I'll just keep our eyes peeled. Here we go. Lisa White on the back end on this third end of the mixed pairs final for 2023. Looking to pop the jack out. Dean asking it to come back in. Swing, he says, but not to be. Oh, I wanted to see that shot, Steve.
That was the weight to play it. But what a head.
Oh, incredible head of bowls.
Be interesting whether Sheldon decides to... No, I think they're calling...
Be careful, Dean. So he's removed the shot. And nothing needs chucking here, so it should be an easy measure.
Umpire.
I think he said, oh, is he called the umpire, is he?
I'm pretty sure, yep.
Oh, cool. So that was that Sheldon placing the measure down. Was that him having an attempt at a measure, Steve?
No, that was just a, am I calling the umpire on this or am I not sort of thing. So,
fair enough.
And they didn't have the calipers, so it's a caliper job.
Got the calipers. I don't like those ones.
Oh, they the screw ones? Yeah, no, I like those ones because you can adjust to the minutest.
Yeah, I like the
ones.
Mind you,
the indoor bowls ones, haven't you?
Yeah, they're nice and quick and easy. Sometimes we get some fancy things. Look at that. So she's finding the closest point between the bowl and the jack. This is a close measure here. She comes back around the other side. Do you remember who our umpire is, Steve? I know we've announced it on.
It's Margaret Eames.
Margaret Eames.
Doing this one.
Wonderful.
White. 2 shots. What a great end.
And 2-3 now. After 3 ends of 14. And we're being treated to a great game at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Now, what length head is going to be thrown here?
That's whatever Sheldon wants, I'm picking.
It's like a half length.
3/4 to long. It's interesting, I asked him what he does, and I knew it was tied up with the aviation industry to some degree, but he's an aircraft engineer working on vintage aircraft. World War II, cool. Even down to the Tiger Moths, and he works in a place called Mandeville in Southland, so it won't be too far from Gore. But he's certainly been a prolific bowler from down there.
Yeah, he's handy, Sheldon. He created you will have seen it, I think, Steve. We've got a box for the shield, the men's fours shield.
That's right. Yes.
He created that, a wonderful piece of work. Keeps it nice and safe. He might be making some more boxes for us at some point.
Well, we're getting these
we're
getting all these magnificent trophies, and I certainly know the Fours Trophy men's is destined to head to Christchurch. Zumi wants that at the Horswell Bowling Club to proudly display, obviously.
Fair enough too. Of course, most of our Bowls New Zealand National Championships now have shields. That's what you win. And it all started with that men's shield. It was sort of
Here's a good bowl.
Taken back from the Taranaki Bowls Museum, wasn't it, Steve? Because it lived there for a while, the shield, and then they sort of took, there's a pewter front to the men's shield. They took that off, and someone from Wellington, whose name escapes me at the moment, created it for us, and it's a wonderful look.
Oh, they're all hand-carved shields and that. They're outstanding. No.
Dean here winning this bowl on.
Oh, look at
That's
this.
classy stuff. Classy stuff here.
The big thing here to notice is just the improvement. They adjusted brilliantly, both of them.
And a little bit, all over it.
Yeah, still reliving that last end and last opportunity.
I really wanted to see that shot too,
Yes.
as I'm sure they did.
So Selena Goddard from the Takapuna Club. She didn't she play 3-5 for Stoke?
Yes, yeah, I think she did 2 seasons of that.
Yeah.
Very prolific bowler. She's been around the national and international scene for a long time now.
There's still that
She's
magic
sort of
image when they got a bronze medal, wasn't it? She comes running up the green and leapt into the arms of Caitlin.
Caitlin and Cher, the most recent Commonwealth Games. I think
Yeah.
She's a 3 times Commonwealth Games bronze medalist, Selena Goddard. Holds a Bowls New Zealand gold star with her win in the New Zealand singles a couple of months ago. So if she wins this, she'd be on 6, and if Sheldon is part of the winning team here, it would move him to his 3rd national title, having won the fours and of course the singles very recently.
I did ask Selena what she did, and she tells me she's a digital marketing specialist.
Right.
And I go, what's that? And she attempted to enlighten me, and so we agreed it was far too complicated for someone as old as me to work out exactly what she did. So we
Just
left
say
it
the
at
job title.
She's a digital marketing specialist.
There we go. And one who's played a very good shot there on her forehand, trailing the jack back.
Great bowl. And I know Selena's particularly happy with her boss Bridget of Everidge firm to give her the time off to come down here, because certainly for these top end players it's a time consuming sport, and to have the support of employers is absolute paramount for them to be able to succeed and play.
Absolutely. And they're just deciding what hand to play.
What's that black box?
Sean Goldsbury in the background there.
What's she know?
That was a great effort, wasn't it, for those two young ones? They're out of your
impressive
club, aren't they?
Yeah, the Point Chev, dual members at Point Chev and Takapuna, and I know there was a lot of Pirates back at home cheering on both them, and in the quarterfinals we had two Pirate teams with Jenny Stockford and Nick Thompson making through to the quarters and losing by one, so proud little club at Point Chev at the moment.
Yeah, outstanding effort.
And Lisa and Selena both with a bit of room here after Selena popped the jack out. Very smooth deliveries. We've got 4 good deliveries here, really. 4 good examples of what it should like when you let go of look like when you let go of a bowl.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I go wrong.
I stopped trying to figure that out for myself a long time ago, Steve. Just getting there by willpower.
Yeah. Yeah, I can certainly make an easy game look complicated, I can tell you.
What happened?
I'm not sure.
There's confusion.
They play out of turn.
I don't know. Oh, maybe she lost a bowl. Must have been a bowl that was sitting to the ditch or something. Exciting times here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Of course, one of 13 clubs over the last 8 days, Steve, that have helped in hosting this National Championships at Central Otago.
The clubs and the Central Otago Centre have been outstanding. Yeah, the food and hospitality that the clubs have put on, and little old clubs and like sort of Patiaroa and Waipiata, they've really gone out of their way to be a great advert for the game and for the Central Otago region. It's been outstanding.
Now,
Okay.
Lisa on the forehand.
Got to navigate her front bowl.
And I think what happened is that Selena didn't play her last bowl on the previous end, Steve. So it must have been left somewhere.
Okay.
I'm only the commentator. I don't pay that much attention.
Well, we can only see what the viewers can see, so it's sometimes things aren't that obvious.
It's interesting. It's a scattered head, but it wasn't at the beginning, was it? We saw a tight head and Selena pop the jack out, and then it's sort of been a struggle to find the way to the jack for these players.
Beautiful, smooth delivery from Sheldon.
Yeah, always comes out pretty good. Chasing after this one, so Lisa's holding 2 with the 2 pink bowls, and if this bowl makes it in, she's not holding 2 anymore. 1 to this Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Selena Goddard combination. I think it'd be fair to call them pre-tournament favourites, Steve, as the 2 reigning New Zealand singles champions.
Oh, and it's a 4-bowl discipline in a lot of ways, so absolutely. They'll be, I don't know, I must admit I didn't have a look at the TAB what they were paying.
Next one.
Oh, they were the favourites, I think, on the TAB from memory.
Right.
And you can't really look past, if you've got 2 New Zealand singles champions playing together in a mixed 2-4-2, where, as you say, they get to play the 4 middle bowls, which is essentially singles. That's not bad. That's not bad, is it?
It's very good. And they're both in the New Zealand team, squad, the whole 9 yards, so very formidable. And yet they were taken close in their first one. They only got out of jail against Sean Scott and Deb White.
Look at this
Pretty
here
good
from
again.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Willing it to stop now and
got
for
it.
2. Not to be. So for Dean Gilshan, it's really a simple task. Well, simple. It's a task. Draw within a foot of the jack and you have the shot. On the backhand. He knows what it's like to play under pressure, this man.
Close.
Oh, Leash likes it. She getting excited. Oh, it's going to turn away, is it? Very
I
good
heard
effort.
the clunk of a bowl. Oh, just about in for 1. But not to be, I don't think. Oh,
That's one shot.
just see who leads off. I think Dean may have made it in for 1. He did.
Wow.
What a bowl that was then. just colliding with Sheldon Baggery-Howley's shot bowl. Perfect weight, flopped in for 1 point. And that's such fine margins, a hard bowl to play.
Absolutely. But on screen it looked like Sheldon's bowl still had it.
Yeah, it did. My warning sign was when Selena kicked the Dean's bowl away, and then Lisa picked up the jack, and I thought, oh, maybe, maybe they've
It's a bit of
scored
a
one there.
telltale.
Certainly closely contested this game as we enter the 5th end. And Lisa wide on the back end. Of course, if you are watching this on our Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and you want to see more live streamed and broadcast bowls over the rest of the year, please feel free to click the subscribe button. You'll see it there. I think it's in red. I'm colourblind, I'm not sure, but there's a little subscribe button somewhere on your video. So click
So
that.
how are
and
you
you'll
going
be
with these
notified.
bowls, Alex?
I'm okay with these ones. I got confused in the semi-final. I think Sean Goldsbury had some bowls that blended into the green a little bit for me, but I'm okay. I'm okay today.
Yes, I was just seeing Sheldon's bowls coming down and just reminded myself of, I think it's John Macbeth doesn't particularly like the flickering of the half colours and the likes
Yes,
there.
no, he
So
doesn't. There's you get sort of quite a polarised attitude towards them, don't you, Steve?
yeah, well, I think if I remember rightly, Alex, you've got a set with about 6 different colours in
Yeah.
it, so it's
I didn't stop at 2. I thought we'll go the whole hog, so it's all the different colours that you can get on a bowl. But I don't mind them because there's so many colours. They sort of blend together when they're rolling up a green, as opposed to some of them which just about blind you with the flashing on and off, like the black and white ones I struggle with sometimes.
yes, I've seen some in quarters and halved in quarters sort of thing, and you're going, phew, very hard to pick the speed out of the hand, how well they're going.
Absolutely. Although bowls are they're made of condensed plastic, aren't they? So there's no reason why you couldn't come up with a translucent bowl or an opaque bowl, Steve. Would that work
we've
in
always
theory?
talked about that, because what temp in bowling they have.
Good
Yeah,
ear.
look at this.
How's this from Dan Gilshnan? Oh, good try.
Can
Good
you go
first
through
bowl.
that?
Somehow.
Goodness gracious.
I think that's the next. I'd love to see a translucent bowl because it's just all a bowl is compressed plastic. So surely someone can come up with one that's a little bit see-through, and then see what people say to that. If you leave it on the green, it might burn a hole in it. The magnification.
Wow, as long as it doesn't act like a prism, I suppose. And
Right, Dan Gilshnan, same thing again, rinse and repeat.
Yep.
And then you just pray you don't find the same gap twice. On the forehand side, Lil likes it.
Nice. What's time?
Same gap.
oh, you're
That's
joking.
unbelievable stuff. At least he's smiling.
Yeah. Played for that.
Yeah, but you never expect to get it, do you? You
No.
think, there's not a bowl size gap, so I'll try to go through it.
Yes.
Look at
Sort
this
of been in
here
a
from
situation
Sheldon.
at the odd time and you're going, well, if I drive the gap, I've got to get something. And you go through the gap and you go, hang on, it's not supposed to go through there.
Right, third time lucky, Dan Gilshnan on the forehand side.
Looks a little bit tighter.
He's taking a different line. Lisa doesn't look quite so excited by this one. It was more the weight that came off that bowl, wasn't it, Steve, rather than the green?
Yeah, it was.
Now, Sheldon Baggery-Howley on the back end. It's just about putting a bowl there or thereabouts, isn't it? Just
It's,
making sure
he's just cutting down the percentages that,
Yeah.
or trying to limit what Dean can do. Doesn't want Dean to get successful and take a big slide out with it and go for a great number. So he's got to play something fairly special to get 1. Something brilliant to play get 2.
As we see one of Selena's down. He's played 4 pretty good bowls there and not had a result.
That white bowl falling down, it may have brought it in.
For second, eh?
Yeah. Just a bit hard to tell. Again, sorry folks on the angles.
It makes it exciting. It keeps it a guessing game. I think it is 2 now, though. I think Selena's bowl sitting down flat with the jack. That bowl at 8 and the bowl at 4 o'clock are the 2 shots. They trail 2-4 in this game. Yeah, you hear Dean just say, make sure you're there. So essentially, Lisa's just playing on her backhand side. That's a great camera angle there. You're looking to rest the shot bowl if Sheldon's out, aren't you, Steve?
Absolutely. You know, if you're slightly high, you chop and lie with the bowl. Jack's probably first prize, but you'll take anything that's going.
Rightly so. On the back end now, wearing the Raumati Bowling Club cap, dual member. And she's close here. Lisa White willing the bowl back, willing it back. Half a bowl off there.
Wow.
What a great effort that was.
Just got a text from Zoomy about the fours photo. He's just sent me a photo with Rodders asleep, hugging the trophy and lying on the couch or something. Oh
as long
dear.
as he didn't dribble on it.
No, but apparently it's going to Hallsville. So if you're in Christchurch and you want to see the magnificent Fours trophy, then head out to Hallsville.
And a mighty win that was too, a well-deserved one. Look at that, Selena just ridding her way through that gap. So it's hard to say, but you'd imagine that Bagri Halley and Goddard holding at least one here.
Yeah, it's sort of hard. Yeah, it's almost got to just land the shot bowl because it looks like it'll lock in.
Oh, that's not a good
Not
noise to
heavy.
hear. If she's got the weight right, it might not be the end of the world.
Ooh.
Well, I think Lisa thought that she was going to roll her own ball out because she was a bit heavy, but she ended up getting a wick. I'm not sure. We'll just wait and see what the players say. But Selena with a chance to make it a 3 regardless, hasn't she?
Oh, he's calling for my lucky bag.
Something that I usually hear come out of your mouth, Steve.
Yeah. Not
And more
often now.
than not,
Not
you find
often.
something. There we go. So Selena Goddard looking to move the jack to the right as you see it.
Or sit the Lisa White bowl. She might be a touch high, is she?
Oh, she was actually looking you're right to go right through that Lisa White bowl. More than move the jack.
So Lisa
Worth a few.
played a bomb.
Was it worth 1? Goodness. Had a couple of results that are different to what they've looked like, as we see there. The gathering of the crowd under the shade of whatever that is, an umbrella. 5-2 now on the 6th end. Do we have a scorecard that tells us the story of the game ready to go, Steve? I think we spoke about that. We just might have a look if we can, just to see if there's any momentum one way or the other.
It's not sure where it is. It'll be coming, but at the moment it's 4 ends to the 1 really. That's the tail of the tape. Bagri Howley and Selena Goddard picked up a 2 on the 3rd end. Otherwise it's a 1-2 miss, 1-1 for Dean and Lisa.
We haven't really seen any, as we watch this one of
start.
Dan Gelshanen's Cabal, we haven't seen really many big scoring opportunities for either team yet, have we, Steve?
None whatsoever. Yeah, there's a lot of. We saw heads there where you could throw a tea towel over 90% of the bowls. So the standard has been high. So they haven't, because these guys are so good and tactically astute, they're putting bowls in good places. And if they're missing to good places in the main.
So what we're saying is if there is a scoring opportunity over this 14 ends and there's only, whatever it is, 8 left to go, there may only be 1 or 2 scoring opportunities for either team here.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if we see anything bigger than a 2 on any given end.
Dean Gilshner, look at that bowl just drifting out a little bit, going for a bit of a walk.
Yep.
Just about went clean past Sheldon's, but not quite.
Yeah, it's just sort of just getting a wee bit shaky through that green stuff there.
And Sheldon, he didn't look like he liked it when he let it go, but that means nothing.
Yeah, well, he doesn't like anything if it doesn't finish exactly where it goes. He thinks it should go. Handy bowls.
Too wide, it won't come back, so it's just a half green.
Yeah.
Keep your weight right and draw me 4 shots.
I love that. That's great from Dean. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Get your weight right and draw me 4 shots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Have you got an easier task?
Didn't ask for 3 or 2. Needs
he wants 4.
4. Well, here could be the first one, Steve. Remembering it's the pink bowls and the dark bowls that are Gilston and White's on the forehand.
You would think with a name like White, you'd be playing with white bowls, wouldn't you?
You would, yeah. Maybe that's to come. As we see here, the scoreboard.
Well,
Great shot from Lisa White.
brilliant. So we've got the scoreboard to your right, and as you can see, it's 4 ends that the Gilshan White combination have scored on, and only the one for the Bagri Howley Goddard. So no numbers.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if you looked at the scoreboard and went on ends, you'd feel as if Gilshan and White have been dominating this game on paper, but it has felt much more like a 50-50 thing so far. And of course, the score is only 5 points to 2. There's just 3 points the difference here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's been tight. Either one of those on both sides, really, of the scoreboard could have gone the other way.
Now, Lisa was asked to draw 4 shots.
4 shots.
If this runs out, she's got 2 out of the 4. She's on her way to following the instructions.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we've got those 2 bowls that sit at 5 o'clock to the jack, so Selena's just drawing to them on her forehand side. Clunk into the bowl, take the jack back.
Not sure that Lisa will be drawing to the head if with the next one. She needs to get back to those 2 Sheldon Bagri Howley bowls.
Yeah, it's a big danger area, isn't it? Right where Sheldon is standing is the danger point.
So that bowl at sort of 5 o'clock and 4 o'clock, that's where she wants to be. Yep.
So happy with 3 shots now, Dean.
Yes.
Look, a kid's taken a little witch's hat in the background. That's interesting. So Lisa on the forehand.
Is she going to get back?
What we call a cover bowl if it runs out. Yeah, just the weight on that one.
Yeah, just a bit high and light. Because she's going through unplayed through territory there, so.
Selena looking to make a correction. You can see her second bowl was a bit shorter than she would have liked. This bowl on the high side, but with much better weight. That's a good shot, really.
Yep. So Lisa will be looking to get back to probably that last bowl of Selena Goddard's. Just to cut down the options.
Welling this bowl on. If she's got the weight, it's a lovely line. I feel like she might be a little bit short though, Steve. Needs a curling broom.
Should we give herself a talking to?
You like something else?
You feel like this is a big bowl in the context of this end, Steve?
Yep.
3.
So Selena wants to have a go at it on the backhand. She said, I don't know if anyone can hear it, but there was we have a mic in, so the conversation between Selena and Sheldon was how many down are we? He said 3, and she said, I'll try and peel one off on the backhand. So this is going to be big weight here from Selena Goddard. Really looking for the jack, and she's not far away. Look at that drift. She could get a bit of luck, a slice of luck.
Nope.
Found fresh air and chipped her own ball off. Couldn't have gone much worse.
Wasn't it? She won the national final with a very good drive, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was on her backhand too. Absolutely beautiful. Chipped out the shot bowl. It was 20 all. She had second and third. Chipped it out clean as a whistle. What a great game that was, and we were treated to 2 great national finals, really, Steve, in the singles, with Sheldon staging a comeback against Shannon McElroy to take his first New Zealand singles title, and it's looking like we're going to get another great national final here in the mixed pairs.
Oh yes, no, these are 4 high-class players, and they're turning on a bit of a treat for us. And yeah, there's hot conditions. It's,
Dean.
Maybe looking just to drop down.
Let's go.
Good shot. Good shot.
Feeling that Sheldon might be opening his shoulders here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he was short.
Because you get both. If he gets the bowl by the jack, he should get the other wing one.
You can see him winding up here. Be interesting to see what weight. He's not doing the full wind up. It's just more reaching bowl. Very controlled bowl here, really, from Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Looking more to rest it than to get rid of them. I'm not sure if that'll be the shot he picks for his last one.
No, there's a bit of sense in that too, because it gives him the back bowl now. So he could have got the jack into the ditch and he'd still be 2 down. So he's thinking one shot ahead of us, I think, Alex.
Yeah, it's probably
maybe
why he's out there. Fair enough too.
Yeah.
Come on.
I just wanted to see something hit something, Steve. It was a bit of excitement. We see here Dan Gilshnan. Look at that grouping. 3 bowls essentially in the same place. And Sheldon staring down the barrel of 3 down on the head, 3 down on the card. Big bowl here. Whoop. Oh, that must have been a gust of wind maybe.
Yep.
Hopefully not another interruption to play like we saw in the 4s.
Yeah, I only heard about that.
You count yourself lucky. Sheldon on the forehand again.
I have to admit, I thought he'd be going.
Very confident bowl here from Sheldon Bagri-Howley.
It catches the inside of this, he'll be happy.
That's classy. He's actually unlucky not to have sat in for second if he hasn't. Very confident bowl. Hard to play in these situations.
That's 1 out.
Call it 1.5.
Going for the tape. That Dean Gilsham bowls on a hell of an angle.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch it, eh?
No.
It looks like it's almost on the way. Almost on the way down as we speak. So what happens then? It's just as it lies, isn't it? If it falls down now, if that bowl that we see. So Lisa's gone.
Don't think that paint's in.
Just be sure. Yeah, it is a national final.
Oh, rightly so too.
Yeah.
Right, we'll just look for some indication from the lollipop person. What we do know is that Gilshnan might have scored 3.
Wow.
That's the first break we've really seen in this final. Massive end here for the Gilshnan and White combination, and they take an 8-2 lead now at this halfway stage. What do you think Sheldon and Selena will be thinking they need to do differently, Steve? What's their game plan from here?
I think they've just got to get some more tighter bowls. They seem to be going for shots. And I think it's yeah, it just looks a wee bit hard to play those wee shots that you might have been getting early in the day. Yeah, like early in the game, they were drawing extremely well. Everyone was. And it's the shot play that's been just not as tight as it could be. And to be fair, you know, either if it's not Lisa, Dean's been throwing a great bowl first up. So you're
Absolutely.
all of a sudden you're chasing all the time.
I find in mixed pairs those middle 4 bowls really interesting. And I'm interested to see, I think I was doing the commentary with Mark Cameron a couple of days ago, and we were talking about the mixed pairs, and now it's an open national title. There's a bit of prestige attached to it. I'll be interested to see how the strategy behind mixed pairs develops, because it strikes me those middle 4 bowls, you can play them a bit differently to what you would, say, a 2 position and a 3 position in a game of 4s.
Yeah, and like different people break the game down differently. It's a bit like the 2 by 2 by 2 discipline. How do you play it? Do you play it like a game of 4s, where you play lead bowls and a second bowl and third bowls and skip bowls? And it's the same here. So is it 2 bowls handy and you have a mini game of singles in the middle, or you're setting it up for your skip at the end?
That's the question. It's interesting. Interesting, and I think the teams more and more will have those sort of conversations and just figure out what is the plan. How do we play this mixed pairs game, as we see Selena Goddard play 2 good bowls there, 2 past the head.
It's a good spot there. You take that any day. Yeah, like you go back in the day there, Alex. The old school guys, especially in the 4s and that, was about getting shot with your first bowl and then play mix and match till the last bowl. So always scoring hopefully 1 on when they've got the mat, and hopefully 2 when you've got the other one. So it becomes very tactical.
Yeah, I've seen it played too, depending on who the pairings are. But if you've got, say, a player who's particularly adept at a drive shot, say, so someone who skips often, and you're playing 2-4-2, and they're playing with a good draw bowler, on the ends where they've got the first 2 bowls, if Lisa had played this shot here, you may as well spend 2 bowls trying to kill it or put the jack in the ditch. Because if you miss it, you've got 4 bowls in a row that are going to be in the area. So the psychological pressure, it's not that much. It's interesting. It's really interesting conversations to have about this mixed pairs game.
Absolutely. And everyone would have an opinion one way or another on it. So it's
for sure. Wouldn't be our sport if they didn't.
But with the other aspect to it, of course, is the game is played fundamentally different, with the ladies and the men at times, whereas the ladies are probably more inclined to draw their way out of trouble, whereas the blokes will try and run and drive their way out in the main. So it has to be a meeting of the minds there. Yeah,
it's intriguing and a great event, I think. It's had growth year on year. We've only held it twice because we got COVIDed last year. But we had 232 combinations start this event. That's incredible, really, and I think a good sign going forward, and long may it continue to grow.
Oh, absolutely, and I think it will grow.
Got one.
But it was interesting. I went round a couple of greens while they're within section play, and it was some of the combinations you could tell they were just down here for Central Otago, playing international and really enjoying themselves, versus these highly competitive athletes out here now. It's
get on me. Yep.
Good shot there from Dean. It's gone well.
Yes, he wouldn't have wanted to get the jack at that pace. But hey, this is when the god of bowls smiles on you. You get days when you probably would have got the jack, and other days when you just get it fat.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley willing this one to hold and sit through. Dean's shot bowl. Not quite to be.
Great effort.
Yeah, one.
Being ascertain they hold one shot, so he's just sticking to his forehand side. It's interesting, Steve, all 4 of these players technically are former New Zealand representatives, although Dean just in the indoor code, or former or current. So lots of international experience as well here. Just enjoying watching the psychology of it as well.
Yes, yes, and like I enjoy what the indoor bowlers bring to how the game is played.
Yeah, I'm certainly biased on that, if you'll excuse the bowls pun. As someone who plays a lot of indoor.
Goodness, Alex.
Couldn't help myself, Steve. Here we go, Sheldon on the backhand, looking for the shelf.
Oh, no, he got it fat.
Get a result.
He got it fat.
Unlucky. But certainly, when it comes to
If you got-
speeding up the...
if you got it, sorry mate, if you got that just slightly on the inside, totally different.
It's a beautiful effort, wasn't it?
Oh,
Sort of
outstanding.
a centimetre wide. You can see him look up to the heavens, and fair enough too. Sheldon Bagri-Howley, a handy indoor bowler on his day as well. Steve, I think he still plays at his local little country club somewhere in Southland.
Yeah, bound to be somewhere near Gore.
Yeah, I would say so.
We had a TV game earlier in the piece, qualifying round with the Hokanui team, and they were just down the road from Sheldon's club at Hokanui, where it's only a short walk to 3 bowling clubs, Hokanui, Gore and Gore RSA.
Oh, good stuff.
And a short horse ride down to the Matara club.
Selena, I'm not sure how her weight is. She'll be willing it on. She's very
far
close
away,
here,
is she?
Steve. Looking for the jack. These are what these bowlers can do.
Yeah.
Just slicing it there, but unlucky, but makes it a better reward, a better result if she gets it with her next one.
I don't mind you putting one anywhere around here. All good. Anything short on that line, perfect.
That's great from Dean. So if you didn't hear that, he's essentially calling for mud in the eye, isn't he? Essentially calling for a blocking bowl here.
Yeah.
These are hard to play. You have to get your line perfect or they're useless.
Lisa knew.
If it's short enough, it might still change something.
Oh. How often have you seen something on wayward bowl now come off that bowl and get the perfect result?
Nightmare situation.
Certainly would be. Okay, last bowl, 2 down. It doesn't look a million miles away.
Close here from Selena Goddard. Trying to take the opportunity, take the chance. Unlucky, unlucky.
Cut the swelling.
To Gilshan and White to their lead, 9-2, and it would be remiss of me not to mention and thank Summerset Retirement Villages, Steve, for their support of Bowls New Zealand during this event and otherwise.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
And that song now stuck in my head for the rest of the day.
It does.
Look
There
at
we
the
go.
start here.
Another good opener. With what we've seen so far, Alex, do you think Sheldon and Selena is just starting to think maybe it's not our day? They're getting the outside rub when they're looking for the inside, and the inside rub when they're looking for the outside. They're playing well, but it's just the rub's just not quite going.
Great shot there from Sheldon. It can feel that way sometimes. I think they're certainly competitive. I mean, they're both, all four players here have played enough bowls and are competitive enough. You don't give up until it's mathematically impossible, and you always try and change things if you're down. So they'll try and do that, but sometimes it just doesn't feel like it's your day, and you can play well, and it just doesn't happen. So it'll be interesting to watch the body language as this final goes on, and we see Dean Gilshan there, 2 good bowls. Sheldon has drawn a front toucher. If it gets tapped, it's going back to the opposition. So this is an important moment here. A key shot.
Doesn't matter where, as long as it's over.
He's very close here, Steve. This could be magnificent here from Sheldon Bagri-Howley.
Oh, and a touch. Well done.
Absolutely amazing stuff. The only negative, if you were looking for one, is they still don't have a back bowl, and the jack is going back quite easily if you can get onto that shot.
And being the skilled exponents of bowls that we are, that probably won't happen, but 2 great bowls.
Lisa on the forehand. Willing it on. You want him willing it on.
Oh.
How's that from Lisa White?
Oh.
How is that? What did I just witness?
Wow.
Oh, I got no words. I got nothing.
Wow.
Someone needs to get me that video clip so I can put that somewhere. That's just absolutely incredible.
This is certainly a replay moment for sure. What a bowl.
So you got to go quick. Get Lil's, it'll kill. Get mine, it'll blow it open. Mine should lock.
Yeah, fair call from Sheldon. He's going, look, we're probably not going to score off this because now Lisa's got them a front toucher. They got 2 back bowls, so Selena on the attack here.
It's...
Oh, good try. So the jack, if you can see it touching that pink bowl, is going to, what, 8 o'clock on our screen, which should mean it kills. It's got just about enough room to go past that the peg that you can see by Dean's left leg. Does require correction. Isn't it amazing how quickly an end can turn around, Steve?
Oh.
40 seconds to go. Sheldon had 2 bowls within an inch.
Oh, I think that was closer than that because Lil's come in. Oops.
What's happening here?
Oops.
She's not drawn 2, has she?
No. Hands on head stuff. Isn't it amazing? I put a microphone on her and she's as quiet as a mouse. Normally she's chirping away. She's still shaking her head.
Just have to read her mind instead.
Absolutely.
And Selena switching to the forehand now, I think. Oh no, she's on the back end because it's turning to our left. She's actually snicked 2 bowls to that exact place.
Yeah, well, Lisa, these guys are just going to load up the pocket. And
would you say they've committed to the killing of this end, Bagri-Howley and Goddard? They just
I think so.
Look, we've got 4 bowls left. Let's try and kill it.
You wouldn't think that they could go worse off, other than if the faintest edge on Lil's bowl and the jack does squirt out.
Is he just uncommitted from the kill?
He's changed.
How's that for a commentator's curse?
Oh, mate. We shouldn't be allowed out, really, should we?
It's a miracle. Yeah, so now looking to draw and they see if they can score a point a bit later on in the end. So Sheldon probably in his head thought, I'll give 2 goes at it, and if it's not killed, I find a way. But there's that switching from a dry shot to draw. Hard to do.
Yeah. Just trying to, just in case they do play cute, Dean and Lisa, got the opportunity to move the jack. It would be something you'd do with your last bowl, obviously, to give Sheldon only one chance to
Good, mate. Stop there, get the touch
fix
up.
it.
It'll ramp round into it.
Just trying to draw close again. Great try.
How do you go? You don't get much closer. He's just smiling. Good on you, Sheldon.
I like the humour that it's been taken in.
Yep. So what do you do if you're Dean here, Alex? Do you put another one in the catching pen?
I think so. I think it's about trying to draw past the head to where the jack is headed towards.
Then do you try and move the jack and spring the jack to it with the last bowl? Or take
Maybe,
the one, or bank the
suppose-
one?
Yeah,
Given
I
it's
suppose
the 8 the end,
Hmm.
10 gives you 10-2 if nothing else changes.
I think if they look at it, they're 7 up, holding a pretty solid one. I think they'll be happy to tick the ends over
Yep.
and be 8 up within it. I think the experience will come through. Well, as tempting as it will be, because look, they've got that beautiful group of 3 to the bottom left of the screen where the jack is headed towards. If it's
Oh,
tapped,
they got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another one deeper. It's 5. But the great Charlie Burrell, Tyree Bowling Club would say, just let the ducks sit. So he's quite happy for it to stay.
Sheldon making his way back down to the head. They've decided on something. Not sure
So-
what yet. He's on his backhand. Let it go with a bit of a bounce. Maybe looking to tap it.
Oh, he's not reaching, is he?
No, I think he was short of what he was aiming for. I mean, you can't really see a way that Sheldon and Selena can score more than one here. So for Dean and Lisa, it's just about, you just put a bowl past. Don't create something for them.
Well, don't give him a shoulder, isn't it?
I mean, there's a chance if Sheldon springs at a foot, the jack might be going in the right direction. No, if they can get the jack to stop before it gets to the bowls of Dean Gilshan and Lisa White's, maybe it goes okay. As we see here, look at this
Look at this.
absolute bomb of a bowl.
Fall down touch. Oh,
You won't see better.
nah.
So I think that's all I can see for Sheldon, is a very light tap on the shot bowl
Yeah.
to just move the jack just a foot, maybe 2 feet.
Yep.
And the angle may be on. Hard bowl to play. And Dean's only thought here is, as you say, don't give him a shelf.
Yep. High, wide, and handsome will do.
Yeah, fair call. Rightio. Looking to use the inside half of that low bowl. He's not far away here. He's looking to use himself. Inside half of that one onto the jack. Sheldon Beckley Howley. That was not far away. What a beautiful effort.
What an
Very good
intriguing
call.
end. What an end.
Yeah, Lisa White can take a bow for that, really. Crossed over. Sheldon had essentially two touches.
Yep.
Lisa Window, well, I won't hit it. I'll just draw my own toucher because that's apparently what you can do. Great shot.
Was it what?
We see them take
They'll be
a
sitting
lead.
around. Sorry, they'll be sitting around campfires singing "Kumbaya" and number of years talking about that shot. I can tell you.
that bowl. Just unbelievable. And 10-2 now the score. After 8. And at 10-2, Gilshan and White, very experienced bowlers. We mentioned Dean Gilshan won his first indoor national title in about 1987. So they both had decades. Do you think Gilshan and White start thinking about how they can manage this game? How they manage an 8-point lead with 5 ends to go?
It'll be in the back of the mind. I think it's a wee bit early to shut up shop in the sense that they'll still be trying to win the end, but limit Sheldon to one shot only. Would be just the simple game plan there. A bit later on, they'll probably, if they're still in that sort of situation, change the tactics to just mix and match.
And Lisa with her first ball on the back end at 6 o'clock, a little bit past. Now looking just to tighten up. She has 21 bowls Wellington centre titles, Steve.
It's fairly impressive, isn't it?
It's not a bad effort.
Very good.
And Selena got, of course, with an incredible CV as well. Well, all 4 players. I could talk forever about all 4.
Yes.
Centre titles and club titles galore. National titles, international appearances. You know, it's the best of the best here. And Selena, look at this here.
Great ball.
That's a great shot.
Very
Still
good.
plugging away, these two.
Yeah, Sheldon pointing out it changed. You see it change direction coming up. It looked like it was going to go under, and it's just doing just a couple of wee kinks there in that darker green part of the green. But you wouldn't be able to see the darker green, is that right, Alex?
No, I can't. It's just all green to me, so I find that quite confusing.
Okie
I also thought that the men's fours final, Riker Gregory's team were wearing pink shirts, but apparently they were grey.
Yes.
Who knew? Dean here, look at this with his first bowl.
Oh,
Always in the area with his first one, Dean
Yeah.
Gilshan.
but yeah. Whilst he missed and has left his bowl. You could play if you had to position a bowl. You just about put it there by your hand. So
Absolutely.
it's absolutely brilliant bowl. Sheldon's wandering. Very
Ooh.
good.
It looks like a split, Steve. Well, it looks like a target at least, doesn't it? You know, he doesn't. Do you need to change your weight if you're Dean? Do you add a little bit
No.
more on, or
Oh, I think
just
he
stay
just plays
exactly
the same bowl.
same?
Same bowl.
And narrow's fine, isn't it? If you're through the
Yep.
shot bowl of Selena's, popping the jack back. So essentially, what Dean is thinking is, don't be wide, or be narrow. And he's not far away if he's got the weight right. Ducking away.
Well, probably if anything, his weight was good.
Just pinched it that little bit. And now Sheldon with the opportunity to plug the gap.
Here it comes. Happy days. He's
That's
not
a good
unhappy
bowl.
with that ended up.
That's a good bowl. When the jack pops back, there's going to be a bowl there of Sheldon Bagri-Howley's. Dean here making a correction with this third one.
He's not a
Pulling
million
it
miles
back
away.
in. This is he didn't want to. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking a smidgen, and the result's different. What a great. The standard here, Alex, is impressive. Very.
Oh, it's been an exceptional game to watch. Really. I think 2 deserving pairs here.
Yeah.
And sound decisions as well made by both.
Oh,
As we
As you
see,
said, we talked about them being tactically astute before, and it's excellent.
yeah, it's a good way if you're someone who's watching and listening and want to improve your bowls. The best thing you can do, aside from playing really good players, is to watch them and try and understand why they've played the shot that they've played. And most of them, if you ask, will happily tell you as well.
Absolutely. I had the good fortune early in my career to be taken under the wing by Kevin Darling, who's you'll be well known to you as an indoor bowler and an outdoor bowler. Just the way he played the game, tactically and all that, he's 3 and 4 shots ahead, just thinking. Last bowl from Dean. He's looking to shunt his own bowl, and he doesn't look too far away, is he? Lisa's
He's
interested.
not far away. Oh, beautiful weight.
And just see where Sheldon thinks this bowl should go.
So it's really their chance, isn't it? Trailing 2 points to 10. They need a score on this end.
Did you see that the bowl fell in? Dean's bowl fell in, so which is now just short of the 2 shot bowls. It was standing up on an edge that looked like it would run to the jack, whereas now it's lying flat. So I think it changes their shot option.
Yeah, it certainly changes the angles around a little bit. And Dean and Lisa just had a chat there.
Playing with weight.
On the backhand.
Just giving it the royal wave.
So Selena and Sheldon holding 2 here. 2's good fishing, isn't it, really? They look to, do you think, just hold on to the 2?
Absolutely. They don't need to be chasing big numbers early because the other 2 will just drive them off. So you'd be happy with 2. You're only 6 down then with 5 to play. Take that any day of the week.
Oh, she might have made it 3.
Let's see what Dean's going to call here. Still only 2. She's certainly wider than the first one.
Oh, great try.
Very good. Nice easy shot for Selena. She's only got 2 inches to draw another one. There's some interest been shown. No.
Yet to get down, not to be.
So that breaks that 5-end streak of not scoring.
Now, it'll be interesting to see what length check they throw here. But it's not like they've been playing badly, really. So
No.
I'm not sure what I would do.
It's almost more of the same.
So we see Sheldon deliver the jack.
He's certainly gone long.
Now, last time coming in this direction, Sheldon essentially drew 2 touches. How's this one, Steve?
Yeah, handy.
You take
Very
it.
good. Oh, goodness gracious, yes, every day. And it's the sort of start you want when you're 6 behind, 5 to play. Change the length, put it within inches.
Mm-hmm. Dean's first bowl's been very good for this game. Not there this time. It's interesting. I feel like this is a big end for Baggery, Halley and Goddard. They sort of were pegged away 1s and 2s. They found themselves 10-2 down. They've got it back to 10-4. If they can score back to back, you just want to be within a couple of points by that last end.
Absolutely.
If they can score here, it's happy days. A bit shorter than he would have wanted to be, but he is holding 2.
As I say, yet to be beaten, so they're
Dean on the backhand. Potentially, that's his worst 2 lead bowls. It's been within probably a foot every other time.
you want those 2 back.
Yeah, just see him look down. Almost the first time you've seen anything that could be talked about as pressure showing. Steve?
Yes. Is it pressure or just... well, it's the first time they've gone long. So if you don't quite pick it, obviously, but I think these 4 have been around long enough not to be getting too nervous on it, I'm picking.
Pressure makes a bit better storyline, though, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
It
Sorry.
sounds better if I say it's got pressure.
Okay, Alex. Yes, of course, under
That's
pressure.
fair.
Isn't there a song about that, Under Pressure?
There is, yeah. I used to play it all the time at Bowls 3-5 when I was allowed to press the buttons and control the music because I thought it was very funny. And Selena in 3 now.
Yeah.
Building a good head here. The 2 national singles champions.
It only takes one good bowl to spoil the party, of course.
You saw that demonstrated very well by Lisa on the end last time they come out this way. Now, how's your weight, Lisa?
She's looking for a clear run.
She's on the right line. No, she's not on the right line. She probably had the right weight. I see him building up.
She certainly would have cut those front 2 out with a clear run. Actually, today we've seen some huge fight backs in some of the earlier games, as you're aware. I'll just try and find the card. 11-1. Houlihan, Pat Houlihan and Shah Beckett led Kerry Becks and Sue Hodges 11-1 and then lost 18-13.
Incredible. And look at this here from Selena Goddard. Didn't we
Great.
see, I'm sure yesterday, one of the last 16 matches.
Yeah, Kelvin Scott.
played in.
Yes. Yeah, I think he said 11-1, 14-2 and got up on 1.
Yeah, so incredible stuff. You're never out till you're out. We see big pressure building now. onto the Gilston and White combination. They're going to have to draw on their experience here. They're leading 10 points to 4 in this national final, but 4 down on the head. You can see those 4 closest bowls are all Bagri Howley and Goddard's. This is a big end in the context of this game.
Certainly is. Lisa and Dean have got nothing close.
Selena on the forehand. Perhaps trying to go for some sort of cover there. So Lisa now just trying to draw one there or thereabouts, Steve. She gets a clean run. She's okay. It was agonising. She's got 2 wicks off that bowl. Both of the bowls have been pretty good. Both times she's been bogged by that short bowl of Dean Gilston.
Yeah, with a clear run there, she would have saved some. Maybe it is pressure, Alex.
Yeah, well, it sounds better if it is, doesn't it?
Yes.
As we've ascertained. And Selena Goddard here, great camera angle, just watching this bowl, either around or underneath Dean's. She's made it in, so they'll be holding a bundle here, at least a fistful. And no shots on really to play for the Gilston and White combination. It's just about drawing even second or third shot.
Yes, it's sort of one of those ones where you go, actually 2 down, I'll take that.
On the forehand again.
Don't know. It's looking like it's run out of puff, isn't it?
Got some excitement. Little feather, and it sits down. You get 1 clap from Dean. I don't know what that means. Cut it down to 2, do you think, Steve? What do you reckon the situation is? Oh, no.
Don't know.
It still looks like at least a 3 to Goddard and Bagri Howley. The 2 closest bowls and the 1
3. Oh, you must have seen the lollipops. Good call, Alex.
Thank
well
you.
Done. So it was a good save from Lisa, to be fair, because it was she halved it. He's got all the runnies on a tidy line.
Looking to sit it, not quite. So it's a cluttered head here. What's Dean's shot? What does he play?
Goodness, I don't know. I think it's probably down the other hand myself. They've been coming down on the backhand. Selena drew a couple down that side. It's just too built up on that other side to try and get it right and get the clear run.
Tend to agree. Dean, on that forehand side.
He's not there.
That's a disappointing bowl for Dean Gilston.
Mind you, I think that's his first one down there, isn't it?
The first one I can remember. Yeah, it's probably his first one in the entire game, I would say. And he's going to be under big pressure with his last bowl.
Okay, so Sheldon's going hunting.
So this is that opportunity.
That Lisa White bowl sort of sitting, that pink bowl beside Sheldon's bowl. Yep. Just the way the arms are moving around and what he's looking at, it looks like a hunt. And it's well worth it because there's a hatful there if he can pull this off.
Absolutely. You don't get many of these chances in national finals against opposition like Gilston and White. They don't let their guard down that often. So a big opportunity here for Sheldon.
And he's got lots of options because he can use bowls. He's half interested.
Like he thinks he's close, Steve.
There's not a million miles away.
Well, it wasn't far away.
No.
Now, Gelshlin walking down, probably more for him than to see the head, isn't it? You know
Yep,
you've
just
got your last
visualise it.
bowl. Just get your head in the right space.
Because from the other end, it looks like, really? You want me to try and do that?
Yeah.
Dean was saying he's had 32 years at the same job with Counter Concepts. They builds beach tops and kitchen sort of stuff in the Hawke's Bay, Wellington, Palmy, Wanganui region. So he's grateful for his boss to get the time off, he said. So.
See Dean make his way back down to the mat. So reminder, they lead 10 points to 4. This is the 10th end of 14. They're at least 3 maybe 4 down on the head. 3 down on the head. So a big bowl.
All of a sudden it's 10-7 if he misses. I can do my maths, obviously.
Well done. Very impressive, Steve. We see Dean here on his forehand. This is his last bowl. He's not made it.
No.
Massive end for Sheldon Baggery Howley.
Unless he gets a huge slide. Oh, okay. 2.
Oh, he didn't deserve to cut it down to 2.
No. That's got a bowl stuff there.
And you always take it, don't you? But you usually acknowledge. You just sort of...
yeah, the etiquette is to say nothing and smile.
Yeah,
inwardly,
little...
they can't see.
You can celebrate it on the inside.
Yes.
And if it's a particular slice of luck, you might sort of say, "Oh, sorry." that's not.
Well, only if you want to rub it in.
That makes it worse, doesn't it?
Yes.
So 10-6 is it? On this
It certainly
11th end of
is.
14.
4 ends to go. 4 behind.
Still feels like it's anyone's game here.
Yep.
Selena on the forehand.
Doesn't look all bad to there, does it?
Good first bowl. Lisa White now on her backhand side. So Goddard and Sheldon Baggery Howley have now scored 2 ends in a row. They'll be feeling good about the way this game's progressing for them on the comeback trail.
Yep. The big thing is that they won't be feeling that they're out of it.
Very grooved delivery action of Selena Goddard.
Absolutely. And when I was talking to her before the game, she wanted me to particularly give a shout out to Graham Doreen, her coach, since 2018. She's really grateful for the time that he puts in with her, and with her success to date, she would suggest he does very well with it. So, so well done, Graham. Keep up the good work.
She's had an okay few years. We see 2 bombs of bowls there from Selena Goddard and Lisa White looking for a little further off this one. You just feel like the screw is turning a little bit here. Or the worm is turning, not the screw.
That's the one.
The worm turning makes a lot more sense. So holding 2 on the crossover. Interesting to see what Sheldon opts to play with this first. I suppose in a head like this, you just sort of go, oh, holding 2, draw a third shot if I'm past, it's good, and just see what happens.
We're just adding to get something close, put the pressure on.
Yeah, good shot there from Sheldon Baggery Howley.
That's good. Thank you, Wendy. Wendy Suddy doing a fine job with the lollipops.
Dean
Okay,
Gilshan
Dean.
here. He's not far away if he's got the weight right. How's your weight, Dean? Just that little bit short. I wonder if the green has continued to sweat. Steve,
Pressure,
would that be a...
pressure, Alex.
Who would say that?
Touch of both.
A mixture. We'll call it a mixture of both here.
Another good bowl here.
That's the thing about these bowlers is once they find their line and length, you know, you put one bowl there, both Sheldon, Selena, and indeed Dean and Lisa can just put the next three right next to it.
Absolutely. We saw that in the final of the singles. Remember, Sheldon was scratching around and it wasn't quite going, and then all of a sudden he found a length and a line.
Dean Gilshan
needs to catch the jack.
Looking for the jack, and he's got it. What a bowl. What a bowl. That's unbelievable stuff from Dean Gilshan. Just as we said, he was under a bit of pressure, Steve. Bang.
4 down, 2 up.
6-point swing.
Happy days.
Not even a smile. I'd smile.
Oh, 1 up, sorry.
Oh, dear.
Looked like 2, but it's only 1.
It did look like 2. I'm not sure where the second shot... Must be Sheldon's bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack, his second shot.
Yeah.
And Dean must have gone past a little bit.
Lil's bowl looks second shot for sure, but again, camera angles, folks. Even still looks like second shot from there.
I reckon...
Maybe it's Dean's bowl's gone too far deep.
I think so. I think Dean's bowl at 6 o'clock's third shot there. And the bowl at 1 o'clock, which is Lisa's, is the shot. And then the bowl at whatever it is, 2 or 3 o'clock is second shot. That's good camera work there. A little bit easier to see. It's incredible how deceptive it can be, isn't it, Steve?
Oh, absolutely.
Camera angles.
Absolutely. I've been caught more than once. Or twice, 3 times actually. But the crew here do a great job, led by Tamara. It's been outstanding. Tamara and Sarah's been great stuff. Look at this.
Looking to chip it out, not far away.
Great effort.
And Dean now switching to the forehand side.
You can hear that wind blowing a bit, so it's going to change, but it is the hand that he's predominantly been playing.
You can see as the a little feather. You can see as the sun's moved and a bit of shadows appeared by the clubhouse. Some people have ventured out, Steve.
Yes.
From the inside to the outside on this unbelievably warm Alexandra day.
Okay, he's trying again, a bit higher this time.
Square. Oh, good try. That was beautiful weight for a good result, wasn't it? You know,
he plays the weighted shots so well, Sheldon.
Often his collision bowl is the bowl that does the damage. So it's not, he doesn't drive fast enough that his collision bowl disappears. Collision bowl usually following through.
But he's not frightened to pull out the big gun when he needs to either. Just needs to hang around.
A little bit of that snaky finish. I think he's probably stopped in time, or nearly in time at least, for second shot.
Looks like Dean and Lou are quite happy with how things are lying at the moment.
Well, I suppose if you look at the head there, there's no back bowls for the Sheldon-Selena combination, is there? It's all Dean and
That's why I thought
Lisa.
Sheldon might have went just that bit bigger, you know, taking the jack bowl combination in and to stay with it, because with that more swingy weight, if he'd clipped the jack, there's a chance his bowl was going to run out. You know, he'd be wanting to stay in the confines because it is a wee way off the centre line.
So Sheldon asking for a metre over. I think we're going to see a bowl played on Selena's forehand side, which means she'll be looking through the shot bowl, and if she's underneath it, she'll land one of the back bowls and then make her next shot easier to play, will be the logic. And it's about the execution now. That's the part I find challenging, Steve.
The mind's willing, but the arm isn't sometimes. Not bad, is she?
Oh, it was a great effort. It's a good bowl because she's finished in a good place.
Yep. All of a sudden they got 2 seconds, presumably.
Yeah, it was lovely weight really from Selena Goddard. As Lisa White makes her way back to the mat.
Okay, that's...
Can't be far away here.
You wouldn't think so.
How's the weight?
Oh, she doesn't want to put it together though. That's all right. There's a gap there.
Decision time. Steve, what would you play?
Oh. I can't quite see, yeah, like whether that brown bowl in the front, Dean's bowl, is in the slightly. It looks like should be a backhand shot. You know, she's got a bowl in Slee's got a bowl in the receive.
Mm.
You know, sit little fat is an option.
Just comes down, I suppose. Yeah, as you said.
I think it's a backhand shot for me.
She's lining up on the backhand as well. So that's a good sign for your call, Steve. On the backhand. She's not sure. Looking square through the bowl or the jack. Drifting a little bit at the end. What's it going to do? She's got the jack clean.
That'll be the kill.
Good bowl.
Well
Good
done.
shot.
Second prize.
It's a hard bowl to play, and it looks like Sleater and Sheldon have made the decision to come back in this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, good bowl.
Because they actually played that very well, that end, and Dean got that super swoop to move the jack a fair way, but...
Just making sure she hasn't forgotten something.
Yep. Oh, Sheldon left one on the bank. Good on you.
That's nice
Sheldon.
of him.
Yeah, it's nice of him to let Selena go and pick it up for him.
Here's the replay. She gets the jack absolutely plumb, and a little shove motion from Selena. Watch Selena get a little fist pump, I think, or a clap. Yeah, clap.
Yeah, well
Good
done.
shot. Still well and truly alive in this final. And we start again. We replay that end. Of course, no time limit in this final. Steve?
Yeah, and so it should be that way. Most of the games I've seen have been getting through in good time. I haven't heard anyone actually not get through in time. So players are playing at a good place. You know, at this level for this game, you would expect people spend a little more time discussing, deciding, hopefully agreeing.
Yeah. That's sort of the idea when we talk about section play, though, isn't it, Steve? The time limits are generous on purpose. Because there's nothing more frustrating than losing a game because the clock is wearing down on you.
Absolutely.
So they're sort of generous to a point, not to a ridiculousness, but you should really be getting all your ends in unless it's an exceptional circumstance.
Yes, especially when we're wanting to get through the day, especially first day of post-section like yesterday, where it's required, because we get more than 64 qualifiers, means we need 4 rounds. And if all of a sudden they're 3-hour games and people are taking 3 hours, well, that's 12 hours out there plus breaks. It's starting to get a bit tough.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
This is not bad, is it?
Not bad at all.
It's over.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that.
Yep.
So remembering for the difference, 3 ends to go after this. And Sheldon and Selena just trying to eat their way into that lead that Gilston and White have developed over this game.
Yep.
If we could get a scoreboard up on the screen at some point, that'd be neat, just to have a nosy through and see how it's ebbed and flowed with the scoring. And a good correction there from Selena Goddard.
Excellent.
All 4 players have played well this game, haven't they?
Oh, I've been totally impressed with the standard of bowls and some of those shots. You go, wow. That's all you can do. Just go, wow.
Yeah.
At least you can get all the way back here. Not bad.
Finishing level with the Jack, so in for second shot. Another good end from the leads, really, as we see there. A lollipop person.
You mean Wendy?
Wendy, yes. Yep. I knew that.
Of course you did.
Thank you.
Wendy Sadie doing a fine job for us, as is and has been all the volunteers, umpires, markers that has done it, green staff, ladies in the kitchen, ball boys.
Sound like you're giving a winning speech.
Ball boys, linesmen.
It's a massive undertaking, isn't it, really, when you consider the fact that 800 competitors, so 1,000 people probably, when you talk about competitors and supporters and family members, all that sort of stuff. 1,000 people came down to Central Otago for the best part of 8 days. That's a massive undertaking from all involved to make that a success.
Absolutely. I think Dean might want this one back.
Yeah, I reckon if you can run and catch it before it stops, you should be allowed your bowl back. We'd have to extend the time limits.
Sheldon's out in a better arc.
Sheldon here on the forehand. Good bowl. Sitting with 2 now. And here's the story of the game, Steve. As we see here, we're now on the 11th end, 6 points to 10. And you can see that middle section from end 4 through to end 8. 1-1, 3-1-1. Sort of dominated's nearly the word I want to use. Look at this. Dean Gilston just about set the right way. Unlucky there. But the Gilston and White combination, really, if you look at the first 8 ends, scored 7 of the first 8 ends. But only in 1s and 2s.
Yes, and you wouldn't say that they dominated. They, I'd say they scored because some very, very, very good bowls there. Another great bowl from Sheldon.
They were sort of able to consistently score, weren't they? To say it dominated would be to exaggerate a little bit. But an interesting scorecard, and it'll be interesting when you think you've got 4 more ends to add to that. And Sheldon and Selena have only been going up in 2s and have got 2 ends in a row. You feel like we're in for a pretty big finish to this National Mixed Pairs final.
Certainly are. Holding, pick up a 3 here.
That's as we said, the tactical awareness there coming through for Sheldon and Selena. Would have been easy just to go, I'll just put another bowl close. But you're holding 3 already. Why not put one past the head? Needs to get past the head though. Ronnie says.
I would have thought Dean might have had a flick at that,
Must have been a temptation.
He's got one left.
We haven't seen Dean wind up really in this game.
No, I presume he's got a big one, big drive, Instead of, he tried to play with subtle weight with that last one. Even if he clears a path for Lisa to have a go.
Yeah, when he played a lot of indoor bowls, he was known as a player who was very capable on the aggression. He had a good stand-up drive, which is essentially when you just temping a bowl down the mat. He had a very good stand-up on him, so he was capable in the indoor game. I'll be interested to see if he has a drive in the outdoor.
It looks
Reaching,
like
but it's no, by no means
it's
drive
reaching weight. He's not far away, is he?
He's very close here, Dean. Great shot.
Second shot. What a bowl.
Beautiful bowl, controlled. And for second, you'll be happy with that.
So what do we know going big, eh? So
Very, yeah. Again, it's
good.
a better storyline. But a great shot from Dean Gilshan from 3 down to 1. Good bowl.
yes, even
Just a
Sheldon
little
says, I thought
smile.
you'd gone big.
Good stuff. And Lisa White staying down at the end, and you're allowed to do that, aren't you, Steve? You can stay down the other end until you bowl.
Yes, it's 4 ends from home. You'll be wanting to be very clear on what you need to do.
So Selena on the back end.
It's been interesting just trying to reach up into Dean's bowl, because it looks like if she catches it, the split between Sheldon's bowl and Dean's, she'll pop it out of the head.
Oh, good try. It's interesting. You've almost made a bigger target of sorts there, Steve. What do you think? What would you play?
I'm almost at the, like happy to be 1 down, to be honest. I think that you've got to get another one in there. So I think I'll be trying to draw to Dean's bowl, the last one in.
We see Lisa lining up on the back end, not winding up on the back end.
Oh, she's coming with weight. She's got the jack, hasn't she?
She's close.
Shot! What a shot!
She's followed it on. What a bowl. What's just happened? She's done some... she's a magician. And the first bit of... that was a bit of excitement from Dean Gilshan as well.
Yeah.
What a shot there. Well, if we can get a replay of that, that'd be amazing. A great shot from Lisa White. I'm stunned.
And good sportsmanship from Sheldon, acknowledging a great bowl. And it's 3 shots. 1 down to
Beautiful.
3 up. Well
It's
played,
such a hard
Lisa
shot to
White.
play.
Because it wasn't big weight, but it was well played.
Just never really looked like missing.
No. And
She's
Serena's
got a bowl to go as well.
Oh, yes. And Selena's only got 1 bowl to try and cut things out, and those bowls look awfully close to the ditch.
If Selena can't draw a second here and Lisa adds a 4, I think we've just seen a potential match winner there from Lisa White. Selena on the back end.
No.
Doesn't have the weight. And
Come and have a look, Lil.
good call from Dean.
Yeah, just let her settle down.
You see the jack there, the bottom right of your screen, I think.
Yeah.
Sort of a little bit in from the right corner, holding 3. She's got room to draw for 4. I think we've just seen, well, we've seen a very good bowl, obviously, but a potential match winner. If they can get a 4, it's 14-6. 3 to go. You'd think she'd play on her backhand, forehand side, but just to our right, perhaps, or they're talking about her going on her backhand. What hand would you play to add a bonus here?
She's played most of the bowls down the camera side. So I think I'll be inclined to keep her there. She knows that line down there. And she really only's got to beat that bowl near Dean's feet. Anything just around her bowl that's sort of sitting there. Happy days.
What an incredible shot that was. We've seen just two real pieces of magic from Lisa White. She Drew the shot 4 or 5 ends ago. A toucher, and then just to show us she wasn't a one-trick pony, she put the jack in the ditch and is trying
She's
to play
just got to
bonus
run
here for
past
4.
these front ones here, so she's got to be close.
What a shot, mate.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Beautiful stuff.
Good.
No other words for it. That's great from Lisa White.
Play the big bomb and then add a bonus. 4 shots.
Amazing, incredible stuff, and we'll certainly. I'll enjoy watching a replay of this game. What's happened? Oh, they're measuring. I thought Lisa was being beckoned by the umpire and was very.
Let's get the string
for a
out.
second. So we'll see.
The 2 umpires that we've got for a final, Dave Burridge and Margaret Eames.
So they'll go with the string measure to the jack first, or to the bowl first, and then to the jack. Oh, it doesn't matter, from one end to the other.
Yep. We're going to get a good view of this, folks.
It's one of the measuring devices that hasn't changed in 100 years. The string measure,
Right.
effective, good for those long distances.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. 4 shots.
Great bowls.
Right. Had a malfunction here. Try again. Yep.
Still in.
Yes.
So 4 there to Dean Gelston and Lisa White. Great
That's-
stuff. Now, so I hope I won't put a hoodoo on it, but Selena and Sheldon both have outdoor national titles, open national titles. But when you
Yeah.
look across to Dean and Lisa, and they've had so much success in the indoor game and the outdoor game, representing New Zealand, but Lisa hasn't won an outdoor national title. She's won the Champion of Champions singles, and Dean Gelston hasn't won an outdoor national title either.
Oh, okie dokie.
So if they were to win this, it would be new for them.
I'm not so sure
Dean.
you sort of said that just quite yet, Alex. Just a couple of other ends, but they've certainly got one hand on the trophy, haven't they?
Yeah, you want to
So
feel, it must be plain in their minds,
Yeah.
particularly if you've had such a good career for both of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Surely when you get an opportunity to win something you haven't won before, it must start to, at this point, just go, well, that'd be cool.
Yes.
That'd be a nice thing to have.
I can assure you it is. Good opener here from Sheldon.
Great bowl. And Sheldon and Selena are not going anywhere anytime soon. And we will see the 14th end played, I'm sure. And that's really the equation for Sheldon and Selena, isn't it? You want to play the last end of a national final, and you'd probably want to be within 4 or 5 shots of the opposition when you're doing so.
If you're chasing, yeah, ideally, they just need, well, they need 2 at end, don't they? 3 at end, 2 for a start.
2.
First 2 for the next 2 anyway, and they've got a chance. Anything more than that starts getting hard work. Needs to sit this bowl, and he has.
Good shot. Holding 2. Sort of open the backhand side for Lisa White as we see Wendy hold up the 2 there.
Well, that's not the side Lisa's been playing. She's been playing down down the forehand side. So, be interested if she does try that or just get something close.
Yeah, good call, Steve. So she's going to play a forehand.
Yeah, to me that's the percentage shot because that's where she's been playing all her bowls.
That makes sense. And even second or third shot is fine. You can build it up with your 4 and then say to Dean, oh, well, if you want to move the jack a few feet, that's up to you. And look at this here from Lisa White. Another good bowl, good shot. And for second. Selena following it down on her backhand.
Because we talked earlier, Alex, about game management now. It's certainly 3 ends to play, 8 shots in front. It's all about the game management.
Great
Very
shot.
bowl. Very
Beautiful
good.
bowl from Selena Goddard. And looking like Lisa's going to stay on her forehand.
Looks like the wind came up at the right time for us. Well, not.
It's always the way.
Always blows harder when you're on the mat, doesn't it? Never seems to blow when the opposition are on the mat.
No, or when it does, it helps them out.
Yes.
And
Stop
Lisa
on
here.
there. Oh, just diving.
She has a flat finish. It's close. It's down to the weight. That's a very good bowl. Very good bowl from Lisa White, sitting against the bias there.
It helps when it falls against the bias, doesn't it?
Well, it does when it's falling against the bias in the right direction.
Yes.
You just sort of take that.
Yep.
So we can see there Sheldon and Selena holding one. Lisa with the second shot, that pink bowl. And Selena just slightly overplaying this, but it's fine. Yeah, salt and pepper, isn't it? You're just putting bowls there or thereabouts.
Yep.
Dean and Lisa don't care if they drop a 1 this end. It's just about not dropping multiples.
Just be trying to get to that, well, Selena's first bowl, just in behind the jack. That would be the primo. It's not going to quite do
Just
that.
stepping out a little bit there.
Just took all we wanted,
Still there
didn't
or
it?
thereabouts, though. And Selena now on the backhand. Oh, still on the backhand.
Just
Can't be far away from resting something square. Good bowl.
helps.
So that you can see
They've
this
still
head
got a
building up
chance.
really nicely.
Yep, still a chance.
And they're biding their time, aren't they, Steve? You know, you haven't seen Sheldon and Selena look to immediately remove Lisa's bowl. They've gone, well, it can stay there for the moment. They'll put some seconds and thirds in, and then we'll figure out how we make it worthwhile.
Yep, it's last bowl shot, really. Because if they play it out early, then neither Dean or Lil's going to drive it. So again, Dean's just asking Lisa to draw to the Selena Goddard bowls just in behind. She can split that to the jack. You just about put the cues in the rack.
Making her way back to the head, or to the player's end. Smooth. Got to 3-4 clicks from Dean.
Lisa's waving.
Would indicate it's not on the right area.
Oh, Sheldon and Selena have got a chance. There's an opportunity
They do.
here. Sheldon's given it the wave as well. But gets into that pocket. You won't be unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They've got first shot, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. There's just that one bowl of Lisa White that you see there at 11 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah.
It's stressy times if you Lisa and Dean, and an opportunity for
Sheldon to
Sheldon
play.
and Selena.
Yeah, if he can sit that fat and full and pop it out, and he's only got to play with a half a yard of weight to pop it far enough.
It's a shot he plays very well too, Steve. That just resting mate to rest a bowl out and sit there yourself.
Yep.
So it's important here for Dean to get another third shot. He'll be on his backhand.
Not a tidy line, is he? Oh, didn't quite post it. Okay, Sheldon.
Big moment here in this game.
He almost doesn't want to play it with his first though, because I think Dean will then, give it a great big rattle, and he could lose the lot. Because if the jack goes right back, down.
Yeah. That'll be the conversation perhaps they're having here. And Selena just indicating the weight. Interesting, an intriguing head, but they've built themselves an opportunity.
Yeah. By the look of it, he's looking to get on the back of his own bowl here, and with a foot of weight, just get that jack just shooting back 3 or 4 inches. It'll bring quite a few of those bowls into play.
Backhand. Going for it.
It's just hanging high.
Oh, beautiful weight he played it with, to be fair.
Yep.
And he's he'll be happy he's missed the entire head because the shot's still on for the next one.
It certainly is. I think you probably need to be playing it with if he's going for the pink bowl, right weight. If he's just going to turn himself over, he needs to be a little bit lighter.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? And the same weight doesn't work for both, unfortunately. If you're Sheldon, you have to pick a shot and stick to it.
That's the
You're
one.
either setting your own ball up and over, or you're trying to cannon the pink ball out of the head. But
Yeah, it's
not
one
a
or the other.
weight-
You got to make up your mind
not a
which one you're
weight
playing.
suits all.
Yeah.
And for Dean, it's just you just got to get a ball in there.
Yeah.
You'll play it. I think we'll see him play it with a bit of confidence, and you won't be short with this. Just try and pick that gap, draw a second or third shot. Looking to rest.
Ideally, he
Selena's
gets into that
bowls.
pocket. Just take it all away from them, but easy sitting here.
Certainly is. And Dean on the backhand. So looking to make it not worth a big bowl from Sheldon here.
Just out there.
Well, Lisa thinks it's good. Willing
This
it
one
back
sits a
into the
drop.
head. Willing it back. Oh, that was good weight.
It's not all
And that
bad,
shot
because that
still-
might... Yep. Okay, Sheldon, which one?
Another big moment in this final. 2 ends to go after this. 6-14 the score. Sheldon looking for a number on his backhand.
He's looking for the pink bowl.
Better chances here.
He's
Sheldon
not
Baggery Howley
looking for the pink bowl.
got chances here.
Oh,
Great shot. All that for 2. A beautiful bowl nonetheless from Sheldon.
if he just got a wee nick on the jack there, would have
Oh, that
been...
was great. Great effort. So 8-14 now on the penultimate end of this national mixed pairs final, the Summerset Open mixed pairs. 6 the difference, 2 to go.
It's got to be a 3, you think, Alex?
Yeah, at least a 3 here. They've threatened to. If you're Baggery Howley and Goddard, believe me, they'll be thinking that they are going to be a real chance of winning this game because they've looked like scoring numbers, or they've had the chance to score numbers more often than not over the last 5 or 6 ends, I think.
Absolutely. Well, the standard's been so high. It's when they've had that chance, either Lil or Dean has just played a bomb and taken it all away from them.
Yeah, we've seen some absolute magic from Lisa and Dean. So 3 this end really is the equation if you are a supporter of the Baggery-Howley-Goddard combination. Make them 3 down going into the last end, and this is a good way to start, Steve. Good bowl.
Yes. Take that.
We've got a highlights reel which is going to play at the end of this game, and with the amount of good bowls that's been played, it might take some time.
Regardless of who wins, it'll be interesting to get Lisa's perspective on that absolutely brilliant bowl that she played.
Look at this here, trailing the jack back. One hand on the trophy, Steve.
Yeah. It's always good to get it with the super swoop. I'm not too sure if she was meaning to be that heavy or narrow, but we'll take that.
Just thank the bowling gods.
Yes.
Selena Goddard with that very grooved delivery. Won't be phased here.
Clear road with a little bit. That's handy, good. Make sure you're outside there, mate. Water more spot.
Been impressed with the clear communication with both of these pairings, Steve, which I suppose isn't a surprise because they've made the National Mixed Pairs final, but both pairs seem to have a really good understanding of what the other ones are capable of and direct each other well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And it was interesting. I asked Dean and Lil, have they played together before? No. So for a new combination, they've gone really well and looked like gelling all the way.
Yeah, it's about as well as as a first tournament could. You know, it's tracking well for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's as first events together go.
Yeah.
Sheldon on the back end. Beautiful day here in Alexandra to conclude a really beautiful 8 days of bowls at the Summerset Nationals.
Certainly has been. It's good to get some of that central Otago sunshine on your back. It's been brilliant.
I did find the what's it called? There's the fudge place, the remarkable fudge. The fudge place.
As you would, Alex. Yes,
I know it's not a surprise, Steve, but I highly recommend that.
Excellent.
Anyone's in this neck of the woods.
So it's an Alexandra one, fudge place.
Oh, it's somewhere around here.
Okay. No, I just know there's lots of shops like that in Central. Arrowtown has. Have you been to Arrowtown? There's a particularly good lolly shop there for you.
Yes, that's where the fudge came from. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, and there's also extremely sour lollies.
Extremely sour lollies.
Very sour, uneatable even. Well, while we've been talking about fudge and lollies, Dean Gilshan drew an absolute bomb. I think Lisa and Dean, they've got no intention of letting this lead slip.
Nah. Sheldon's got to change the shape here. Right idea.
This bowl.
Perhaps wanting it to be a little bit sharper, but hanging around.
And Dean and Lisa will probably look at that head now and go, well, if we're 14-8 up and we're holding 2, that came out with a bounce. If we're 14-8 up and we're holding 2, that's probably enough bowls to have real close.
Yep.
So it starts to become a case of not making the target too big. Yeah, like this from Sheldon. You see, I'm going to try and create something.
Yep.
Good call. Always looking to make something happen. He's on the. I thought he was on the wide side. Yeah.
So Dina will just be trying to get beyond that, well, both those Sheldon Baggery-Howley bowls, just to get back bowl. Lil's not too sure whether to clap or not here.
Go, she says.
Right, another.
Well, it's not that much worse than what it
No.
was, I suppose. We'll see Sheldon have another nibble. Beautiful delivery. He's close
got
here,
something
Steve.
here.
Sheldon
Yep.
Bagry Howley. Bowl onto Jack. Now it was a
Toucher.
toucher in the ditch. And
One
his
shot.
Collision bowl stayed up. So a good bowl there from Sheldon. But we're only
So-
talking ones and twos. See if we can get a camera angle to see the ditch end.
Is your toucher in the frame second
Yeah, it's
shot?
over there though.
Is it second shot?
No, I think first.
Must be.
It looks like it's second shot. You always favour
would-
the bowl in the
Yeah.
ditch, don't you?
I'd be shocked if it wasn't. Just waiting for Lisa to tell Dean. Dean's going to come have a look himself here. Cool. So we saw there the toucher in the ditch of Lisa's is actually quite a distance really away from the jack. And Sheldon's bowl followed through and stayed up for one. Yeah, great picture in picture there. What's Dean's option here? Steve, what do you play?
If it's two, I'd be tempted to drive those two wing bowls.
That would be cool.
Then it's, you know, just forces the dead draw.
Mm.
It's the old theory. It's hard, you know, it's easy to draw another when you're holding.
A different
But-
kettle of fish when you're not.
Dead right. So he's on the draw.
Oh,
Looks like
can't
he's
tell
on a
if he likes it
reasonable
or
line,
not.
isn't it?
He's waving his arms around a little bit.
If it stays up, it's good.
Great bowl.
What a shot!
Brilliant.
What a bowl! Unbelievable stuff there from Dean Gilston. He's just drawn the shot cold. That bowl has to be attacked.
Well, they've got to score 3. So it's...
Hear the sound of an ice cream truck, Steve, on a different note, which I must say is quite distracting.
Trust you to hear it.
It won't get through to the players though, they'll be focused.
Yes. Must be Mr. Whippy. So it's Selena. Well, she could get lucky here. Or
For a
not.
square result.
Okay, mate.
I heard a bit of a pantomime crowd. That can't have been far away from something.
Well, it just missed the second shot going through that gap that we can see there. It's
Through here, mate.
okay, it's almost stay away from it, but get over the top.
Absolutely. Just can't get over how good that bowl of Dean Gilshan's was. Hard to play, you know, it's just drawn right to the lip of the ditch.
Oh,
And under, you know, some trying circumstances. And that bowl there from Lisa's neither here nor there. And a big bowl here now for
With the weight
Selena Goddard.
of stayed on the green.
Oh, probably not, but I wouldn't go changing much. If you get it in for one, still a chance.
Bit of communication there from Selena and Sheldon. She's just looking for guidance as to what weight to play with.
yeah.
Whether she's sitting and staying or just looking to get rid of the bowl.
Looks very close to the... You can't be hitting it with more than about a foot of weight. Otherwise you're
Yeah,
in
and
the
you
creek yourself.
have to get it dead square.
Because she's looking to make 2 of it. Oh, no.
Almost on the short side.
Draw another shot here, Lou. Get that line right through there, mate. You draw
Yeah,
right
Dean
through
wants
there.
to be 8 up last end. So the 6 the difference now. Be 7 the difference in a second. 8 the difference if Lisa is able to draw a bonus shot. And then we're going to have to see a miracle for Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Selena Goddard to come back from that on the last end.
Now run. On, girl.
Run it out, says Dean.
Yeah.
Good effort.
Asking a little bit from that one to run it
Yeah.
out, but I don't begrudge him.
No. And obviously good effort means you missed. So that's one. So
Here we
they're
see.
going to chase it.
What's the
Where do
the
you
most
sit on that
ends?
one?
Yeah, I think go for it. Particularly in a national final, I'd
Yep.
have to be like mathematically impossible for me not to have a go.
I got a text from the guru pointing out way back in the day there was an 8 scored in the final of the national fours. I'll just try and find it for you. And unbelievably, I found out later on from Mike Kernahan that I actually knew he was an uncle of a guy I used to play with in Greg Cash. And the story goes there are 7 ahead playing the last end of the final of the national fours, and dropped an 8. And
Oh no!
I forget the guys. I've got to find this. He never played again. He put his bells in his bag, went home, and never to play the game again.
That's a fair enough response.
I think so.
Oh goodness me! So what you're saying is that we might see? Are you suggesting there could be a repeat of that history in a way here, Steve?
Well,
Seven the difference last
it
end.
would require something along those paths to try and do that. But man, how would you feel 7 up playing the last?
No thanks.
Drop an
It's giving
8.
me- I'm having nightmares just by association. Good bowl from Sheldon. It'll be interesting because they need to find a way to make a 7. And if it's not looking like you're going to get a 7, they're going to have to try and kill this end, and we will see that. There's no point in playing out an end
Yep.
if you're not a chance. So they need to try build their heads for a 7. So Selena's 4 bowls almost have to be past the head, and then you say to Sheldon, figure out a way to remove whatever's in between,
Yep. That's
us
it.
and the other 4 bowls. So I think we'll see Selena 4 bowls a little bit past. I'm not sure if she'll be on the back end of the forehand. We'll have to wait and see. But they'll look to build a 7 here, and if it's not looking on, I think we're going to see the guns firing.
Absolutely. The first 2 bowls have got to be just in behind and in relative proximity to each other. That was a big word, Steve.
A few syllables.
Yes,
4.
more than usual.
Oh. False start
Was it?
here from
Yep.
Lisa.
Jack Rabone was the man's name, apparently.
Oh, I know that name. Is he the one who didn't play bowls?
Didn't play lawn
Again.
bowls again. Yes, apparently.
Goodness me. Interesting. I know there's been a few. There's always stories if you talk to anyone about 7s and 8s. I think Kerry Clark salvaged he might have been 8 down last end, 8 down on the head last end, and like drew 5th or 6th shot to win his national fours title. I seem to remember that story somewhere. So strange stuff does happen. So if you think if you're watching this and you think 7 the difference, I can turn the television off. I would suggest that you don't do that because stranger things have happened in bowls, folks.
Back on the fan, mate. Draw me one.
Absolutely.
Lisa White on the forehand.
She's played well down that side. Got
She
the odd
certainly
bowl
has.
a wee bit touch high, but most of her bowls have been up and down that side, so it's a great advert for playing a side of a rink versus, some of the shots looked on more on the other hand, but she played a couple of bombs on playing down that side of the green.
Now, if you know you can do it, you do it, don't you? So it's sort of It's been very impressive, but all 4 players really have been very impressive in this game. It's been a very enjoyable way to sort of cap off the Summerset Nationals. I think all 4 have played pretty well, and some
All 4
really
have played
big
very
bowls,
well.
big bowls at the right times from Dean and Lisa, and we're going to see an attempt at kills now. I think
After
with
that.
that from Selena, she was just a bowl narrow, but all that's on for Sheldon and Selena is to
Yeah.
try and kill the jack.
Yes, I think if I was Lil here, I'd be almost looking to draw it into the ditch myself here. Just take the
I'll
drive
just-
away.
Yep, I was
Because
just going to
you
suggest that.
can't lose.
It's a shot we're seeing a little bit more of. Look at this here from Lisa White,
Oh, she's going to
looking to
wander
swallow
past.
the jack. Oh, that's better though.
Yep, she's tightened it up, so there's no clear, well, on our camera angles.
You have to
clear
hit a
crack
front
at the
bowl
jack.
first.
Yep.
Yeah, looking for either Dean's or Sheldon's bowl onto the shot bowl, onto the jack to try and kill it here. So it's a sort of a cannonine situation. Selena Goddard trying to go for the kill. That's good. She's opened up a little bit.
She really needed to hit those front 2. Same bowl,
Right.
Lise. Same bowl.
Swim me a bowl. That's in line with Sheldon's bowl, mate. Here.
Oh, we're going for short bowl. That's an indoory thing to be doing.
This side of it, be perfect. Short.
Always frightened about blocks because I'd hate for someone to hit my block. Too good.
Yes.
For it to
However,
not be a block.
it,
Long as you're short enough.
no. I'm a great believer if there's going to be a block, you do it real short.
Proper short, eh?
Yeah.
You want it to be not a chance in the world of your block being going from a help to a hindrance to a help.
Yep. It's interesting, and I'm sure you've heard it around the traps, how some of the players have found the greens really quick. And I can assure you, nothing's changed with me. They haven't made a green fast enough that I can't be short on.
I know the feeling. And off that
Chance.
one, oh, great effort there from Selena Goddard. And we're going to see Sheldon try and find an angle. You could go for Selena's other bowl. There might be an angle to hit that square onto the shot bowl, onto the jack, but got to try and find an angle for a kill here, and it's looking like
There's
I would
only a
say that
smidgen out there, wasn't she?
a quarter of a
eight-
bowl narrow.
Oh, it's hard enough to hit the bowl that you want to hit, let alone in the right
The
spot.
right inside half.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that Dean and Lisa now have maybe 1.5 hands on the mixed pairs shield. Remembering we've had one previous pairing win this.
I think they're only a fingertip off it myself.
Okay, almost 2 hands then.
Yeah, yeah.
I couldn't use that one.
Of course, all the pressure off Dean now. He's obviously enjoying himself, and why wouldn't you? Knowing that all but a fingertip away from first national title. Pretty exclusive sort of club to be in.
And the last, the top team out of 230, 240 that have entered. Not an easy competition. Now that's a short block.
Yep,
That's how you do a block, Steve.
that's the one.
Nice and short.
Yeah,
And Sheldon will look for a bowl to hit onto a bowl sort of thing. Got to hit, whatever you hit, you have to hit it square. Is he actually going to hit Dean's bowl? Was he looking at that? That'd be funny. If you hit Dean's bowl hard enough, I've seen a couple of bowls jump, Steve.
yes.
Is it possible if you hit like the shortest bowl hard enough to get your collision bowl to jump over? Or are we talking madness at that stage?
It's madness. It'll have to be
Okay.
wobbling very badly to then all of a sudden get off the running surface to start doing the Dam Buster impersonation.
The only time I've ever seen it jump, it was raining on an artificial, and it's not raining, and it's not an artificial. So I think those are probably the key points as we see Sheldon try and find a way to kill this end. On his forehand with weight. He's close to something. Oh, he's put a chip in Lisa White's pink bowl there.
Same
Potentially
bowl,
2
Dean.
bowls to go. He's just going to put another short bowl in.
Yeah, they just match up his own one. Don't wave it at Lisa, it doesn't change anything.
Right
Right on the centre line, so here we go.
This could be it. Sheldon Bagby-Howley trying for the kill.
Inside
Trying
edge.
for the kill. What a bowl for one. Not the kill, but for one. And
Brilliant.
congratulations go to Dan Gilshan and Lisa White winning their first national title. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have an interview, so if you're watching, hang around. But first, we're going to watch highlights from that final, and we'll be back with an interview with the winners.
You'll see a heap there, but
And our Summerset mixed pairs winners, well, it is Lisa White and Dean Glishnan. That was a great win, and really, you had a good lead most of the way through. However, when did you feel safe, or did you feel safe?
When we knew it would never be safe with those two. It got us a bit on the long ends, but yeah, I played a good shot to drag the jack in the ditch for 4, so we're happy.
And for you, Dean?
Yeah, very happy. 12th year player, first time with Lil to play. So basically, our philosophy with this game is draw. None of us have got big smacks, but if we can outdraw a lot of players, put them under pressure, that's our game. And when she can play little searching shots like that, she's dead eye. Yeah.
For you, Lisa, where is this going to sit? I mean, you just won it, so we can let it sink in. But where's this going to sit for you in your career so far?
Well, I'm trying to make the blackjacks again, but yeah.
That's a hint.
I've tried my hardest, so yeah, hopefully, but you never know.
And for you, Dean, where does this sit for you?
Oh, it's a national title, and I play the game for badges. I love winning titles, so for me, it's right up there. Yep.
And how did the two of you, I guess, hook up for this and playing?
2 years ago.
Was it 2 years? Oh, so here? You're not really too sure, are you?
The local bowling club, I think it was.
I think
Yeah.
it was that mentioned it. Alan Osborne mentioned it, and to Lou, and she goes, "Yeah, that'll be a good team." So we just decided to play.
Well, it's worked out pretty well. And how are you going to celebrate? You're just going to let it sink in and go, okay, we're going to celebrate. When we get back to our respective clubs, it'll be, they'll be pleased, won't they?
Oh, the 90 Bowling Club better put a tab on.
All right, it's going to be a good night at the 9 Bowling Club. I'm sure they're very proud, also in the Manawatu for you as well, Dean. So congratulations for our two winners here. It is Lisa White and Dean Glashman. It's well done.
Thanks, Dave, and yes, again, congratulations to Dean Gilshan and Lisa White for winning the Summerset Open National Mixed Pairs, and that concludes 8 days of live coverage from the Alexandra Bowling Club for the Summerset National Championships hosted by Bowl Central Otago. And with that in mind, before we go, I'd just quickly like to thank firstly our broadcast team of Colin, Tamara and Sarah, as well as everyone who helped us out in the commentary. There was a few, and also of course the 13 clubs, 3 clubs around the district that did a magnificent job of hosting over 800 bowlers for these last 8 days. I'd also like to thank Summerset Retirement Villages for their continued support of our sport, and Sky Sport for enabling us to broadcast live on Sky for 8 days in a row. It was amazing. And lastly, everyone else involved in the successful delivery of this event, and you, the viewers, for tuning in. So that's it from me. We'll see you next time.